Hello.
Hello.
I'm
We'll
just
wait
gonna
for a little
log.
bit till everybody's tuning in.
Just logging into chat. Oh, my live alert just came through like 10 seconds ago, so we might wait another couple of minutes, Tanya.
Say again.
My live alert just came through like 10 seconds ago, so YouTube's slightly late sending it out, so
Oh, okay.
we'll just give it a couple of seconds. I'm just going to mute myself for a second and I'll be back. I'm just going to go turn some lights on, so give me a wee second.
Right. Yeah, we're waiting a little bit since YouTube obviously has a delay. Slight delay. Hi, Jennifer. Hi, Janice. It's nice to see the same people every time. We're like a little family by now.
We are.
We are.
Yes, we are.
So I want to introduce to you ladies Mary. Mary is a longtime friend of mine. She lives in Colorado, and she basically was there on the spot when it all went down with the Watts case. So Mary joined us today for the live. And yeah, I hope we can show you some interesting stuff. And hi, Canadian Mama. Hi, Sarah. Yes, Jennifer, I'm feeling all right. Been to the emergency room today because my stomach's hurting, have some sort of inflammation, but yeah, I'll live. So thank you. Jennifer says hi, Mary.
Hello, Jennifer.
So we're just waiting until that Kane is Danny. Yes, it's Danielle. I don't know why she chose that profile picture. I think it's kind of funny.
Oh, you don't want to have
I'm
me
back.
choose a profile picture.
Are you? I hope you're not giving grief to Kanye. Ye is my alter ego.
Is he?
Right on. That's
Yeah,
awesome.
you know why? Because or in one of my ex colleagues used to say nobody has a resting bitch face except you and Kanye. Like you like have the biggest resting bitch face ever. So apparently that's Kanye when he has his. So apparently it's like I resonate Kanye vibes when I have my resting bitch face. So that's
Yeah.
that's my yay. I'm channeling yay.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think we can start.
Yes.
You know,
Yeah.
long story short, I
Yup.
share my screen with you guys. Again, presentation. I think that's the best format basically we can do, in my opinion.
Oh, hell.
So
Yes.
it just explains everything so well. So, hi, Catherine. All right. Let's go. So, today's topic is what the DA and CBI doesn't want you to know, and how to solve a murder case by manipulation of the public. So we put a little disclaimer because this is kind of like sensitive content, and I would just ask you all to leave emotions out and just look at the facts of this case. So the content you're about to see is public record on the events described. This content is not intended to dispute guilt or innocence of either party. It is simply to demonstrate the level of manipulation from the state and the media on the general public. So, the interview on August 15th, 2018, Chris Watts stated repeatedly that he did not know where his family was at and that he hoped they will be somewhere safe. After questioning, he agreed to a polygraph test. Polygraph tests are not allowed to be submitted as evidence at trial, but investigating agencies, such as CBI, use them to find leads and to find out if a suspect is possibly lying. I thought I'm going to explain the process of the lie detector first, because some people don't know there are different techniques, and I just wanted to explain to you what technique Agent Tammy Lee actually used. So a polygraph or lie detector test setup is how reliable is it? They say 85 to 95% accuracy rate. Critics say there is not enough scientific evidence to say whether it detects lies or not. That's also the reason why it's not allowed in court as evidence. What a polygraph measures is body movements, breathing of the chest, pulse, blood pressure. Sensors measure body changes as the subject answers yes and no questions. Data recorded on computer. The blood pressure cut records pulse and blood pressure. The rubber tubes placed over the chest and abdomen record breathing. And 2 metal plates attached to fingers record sweating. So how does it work? It measures the breathing, the sweatiness of the fingertips, and the blood pressure or heart rate. So the administration of the test is getting the subject, in this case Chris Watts, familiar with the test, explain to him what they are about to do. Then they have a pre-test interview where they ask him certain questions and formulating the questions. And at the end, there's going to be the analysis of the results. So in this case, the Utah CQT, Utah Comparison Question Test, was used by Agent Tammy Lee. There is a 3-question Utah CQT and a 4-question Utah CQT. The difference is simply explained. There's more, but this explains it the simplest way. The 3-question CQT is primarily used for a single allegation. In this case, Watts was asked about Shanann, but not the children. There are 3 relevant questions, slightly reworded. And the 4-question CQT allows the examiner, in this case Tammy Lee, a greater flexibility covering more than one aspect of the issue. And if you're interested in reading more about the Utah CQT, which they used, you can go to their website at polygraph.org. So this is an example of how the Utah CQT compared to Watts' test. There's introductory question, relevant question, neutral questions, and comparison questions. So this test is basically a comparison. They ask you something not relevant to the case, or they make you feel safe and at ease, so they can measure your blood pressure, sweatiness, and all these kinds of things. So I put together, on the left, you see the example of a Utah 3-question test. And on the right, I put together the excerpts of the discovery of Chris Watts's actual test. So the introductory question number 1 would be, as for example, do you understand I will only ask you the questions we discussed? Tammy Lee states, I explained to Chris that I wanted him to make sure that I only wanted to know if he physically caused Shanann's disappearance. I explained to Chris that I was only going to ask him about Shanann on the test. I told Chris that it wasn't hard to assume that Shanann and the girls were most likely somewhere together. Chris asked, that's gonna loop the kids with it though, right? I explained to Chris the polygraph test I was going to administer was only going to ask him questions about Shanann. So then the sacrifice relevant question and the neutral question would be, for example, regarding whether or not you robbed that bank, do you intend to answer all the questions truthfully? Are the lights turned on inside of this room right now? So that's a neutral question just to measure how he reacts, how his body reacts to that question. So they have something to compare to the actual relevant questions. So that would be what Tammy states next. I told Chris I was going to ask him on the polygraph test if he was lying about the last time he saw Shanann. Chris replied no. I asked Chris to describe the last time he saw Shanann, and he said the last time he saw her, she was in bed after he talked to her. Chris and Shanann was lying in bed and had just told him she was going to take the girls to a friend's house and she would be back later. So then the comparison questions that would be, did you ever take anything that did not belong to you? And the comparison question number 1 Tammy Lee is asking is, I told Chris I wanted to ask him on the polygraph if he knows where Shanann is now. Chris replied by saying, I do not. I told Chris he was cooperating with the missing person investigation, and the questions centered around him actually knowing the location of Shanann, but not telling the police. I told Chris that Shanann could have called him and told him her whereabouts, or if he actually murdered her, he would know the location where he or someone else dumped Shanann's body. So she's putting him at ease. I told Chris that if the last time he saw Shanann, she was in bed crying, he would be able to pass the question because we all knew Shanann was no longer in bed. So then the relevant question she's asking it would be, for example, did you rob that bank located at Austin? The relevant question she's asking, did you physically cause Shanann's disappearance? So she comes straight forward with it. The answer is no. A second neutral question would be, are you now physically located within the state of Texas? The neutral question number 2, she asks him, I asked Chris who he believed would have hurt Shanann and the girls, and he said he exhausted every option. Chris said he thought it was possibly a stranger who had Shanann and the kids, and they are not safe right now, and that they have been physically hurt. Comparison number 2 would be, did you ever take anything that did not belong to you? Her comparison question number 2 was, I asked Chris what his answer would be to all 3 of the post questions, and he responded, I had nothing to do with what is going on right now. I did not physically harm her. I did. Last time I saw her was in bed, laying on her side with some mascara on her face after we had a conversation. I do not know where she is right now. Then the relevant question would be, did you rob that bank located in Austin last Thursday? Her relevant question number 2 was, are you lying about the last time you saw Shanann? Then the third neutral question would be like, do you sometimes listen to music while riding in your car? And the neutral question Tammy Lee asked Chris would be like, I asked Chris to tell me what he thought should happen to the person if indeed his wife and children were murdered. Chris said the worst possible thing. I asked Chris to explain, and he said, it's either going to be the life in prison or the death penalty, isn't it? That's the only 2 things you really can do. Comparison number 3 would be like, did you ever take anything from a place you worked before? Comparison 3 of Tammy Lee was, I asked him if he had any more information he hadn't stated with the detectives, and he said no. Chris said he exhausted every option of reaching out to friends and family members who may have seen or heard from Shanann. The relevant question, again, directly, did you rob that bank? Her relevant question, do you know where Shanann is now? Answer, no. So Agent Tammy Lee chose to ask what specifically about Shanann, and the reasons are they assumed the children were with Shanann, and if Watts failed the polygraph being questioned about Shanann, it indicated that he knew where the children were also. And keep in mind, at this point, they did not know, but they only assumed that the children weren't alive and Shanann wasn't alive anymore. So if a polygraph test is failed, the report will state deception indicated, DI. If a polygraph test is passed, the report will state no deception indicated, NDI. Watts' polygraph report showed DI. Underneath, you can see the screenshot of the discovery. The polygraph was conducted on Wednesday, August 15th, 2018, at which time Watts showed deception indicated on his polygraph, meaning he lied. Then, although many people say that Tammy asked the wrong questions, I hope I could show you guys the reasoning behind her choosing those 3 questions. And it wouldn't have made much sense for her to ask Watts about his children, since he was emotionally more involved with his children by saying he loves them, they are his life, and so on and so on. And this could have possibly falsified the test results. So I hope you guys enjoyed that little presentation. It was just to clarify why law enforcement does choose to do certain things that are not obvious to untrained persons like me and you. So if you have any questions, shoot them. So let's move on to Ronnie. So in general, you can't be arrested for failing a polygraph. Watts did not know that, but CBI obviously knew. And their weapon of choice was Ronnie Watts, because I don't think, and Tammy Lee stated as well, he would have never confessed to either of them if he wouldn't have his father present. So after Watts learned that he had failed the polygraph, he asked to speak to his father, Ronnie Watts, who was waiting in the lobby. Agent Coda pressured Watts into telling his father what happened. At this point, Watts did not answer any further questions and replied to questions asked if he can please speak to his father. Coda again asked Watts if he would tell his father what went on. Even after failing the polygraph legally, Watts could have just gotten up and leave. We know he was not familiar with proceedings, especially if you're in an interview. And he told his dad during the interview, they were never gonna let me go. So he was under the impression that he failed the lie detector test, so they will never let him go, which in reality, he just could have left. So Watts asked Agent Lee and Coda if the recorder that was placed on the desk would be staying in the room while he was talking to his father. And Tammy said, yes, this is going to stay because we record everything and so on. So Watts was well aware of the conversation being recorded. This is what Tammy Lee has to say, and the credit for this video goes to the YouTube channel Criminal Gossiper.
Explored the fact that Chris's father was at the police department at that moment. He'd already talked about his father being his hero. We wanted to bring up Chris's father because we knew how important he was in his life. We knew that Chris, if he was honest with anyone, it would probably be his father. He trusted his father. That was very clear to us. He thought the world of his father. So we wanted to let him know, like, your father would want you to tell the truth too.
So after Watts confessed to killing Shanann in a fit of rage, Ronnie Watts suggested to call a lawyer. Listen to what Agent Tammy Lee has to say to this.
When Chris asked to talk to his dad, it was immediately concerning for Special Agent Coder and myself. We didn't know where Ronnie's head was. We didn't know if Ronnie was out in the lobby upset, if he was like, why is my kid back there so long? If Ronnie would come in and, convince his kid to get a lawyer and, leave. And there were so many things in play at that moment that it was such a risky move. And we had to really make a split second decision on whether we could allow Ronnie back into the interrogation room or not. There were extreme risks for us as far as allowing Ronnie to go into the room with Chris. We didn't know if, he was going to be a protective father. He was going to tell him, get a lawyer, you need to leave, don't tell them anything. We had no idea what we were stepping out of and into.
Right. So after Ronnie was taken out of the interview room, where his son just confessed to have killed Shanann, he gave some statements about the behavior of his daughter-in-law he witnessed the previous weeks, which concerned him. This included showing agents the following picture. So I'm sure everybody knows this infamous picture that Watts supposedly sent to Shanann. So many people think that this picture was taken by Watts and sent to Shanann, but it actually was not. The following proves that law enforcement wanted to make it look like Watts did premeditate the murder of his family. So here you see a screenshot of the discovery again. So Shanann's and Chris's phone were labeled with item numbers by the forensics team as item number 40 for Chris' work phone, item 41 for Chris' personal phone, item 42 for Shanann's personal phone. So this is what you see on top is a picture taken from Shanann's phone on August 9th. The image number is 7834. She sent this picture to her friend Sarah. You can see the image number on the bottom right, image number 7834. And she posted that doll picture on August 9th, so the same time, just an hour or something later, stating, I don't know what to think about this. And that picture was actually taken from Shanann's phone the same day. That was image number 7836. So you can see between the baby picture and the doll picture, there is one number missing, the 7835. So she took one other picture in between those two. And this is actually Watts' timeline of pictures. So to the left, you see Chris took this picture with his work phone, item number 40. The image number is 1412. And to the right, you see Watts took this picture with his personal phone, item number 41. The image number 7536. And they both were taken on August 13th. So the doll picture with the image number 7836 could not have possibly been taken by Chris Watts on August the 9th. And you just got manipulated into believing this came from Chris Watts.
Right, because if we're all on the same page, technically then Chris Watts's phone gallery of images, his camera roll, was 300 images behind the doll pic.
Right.
Right. So it was physically, digitally, forensically impossible to be taken from his phone, not to mention the fact that I believe the photo was taken around 11:30ish during the day, and
11:46, yeah.
Right, 11:46, and on 11:46 on any given day, Monday to Friday, he's out in the oil fields. He is not at home. So
11:44, she took that picture, and 11:46, she posted it.
Right. So that's a controversial one, and it's one that keeps rearing its head again and again. So it's good to finally see. I know other creators have put this out there, but I think they did it in quite a complicated, complex way that confused a lot of people. And I think that the way you've laid it out, Tanya, is just so clear that, you know, your camera roll doesn't lie. You can't manipulate it. And no matter whether you take it via IG, via Facebook, via being in Messenger at the time, or via just straight in your camera, they all get stamped with the same roll.
Right.
So as long as the photo originates from your phone, it will get stamped with your roll number.
Right.
Right. And the whole thing is that TJ and I, she asked me to take a photograph and gave me the exact address where I took the photograph versus iPhone, who gives coordinates.
Right.
Right.
iPhone is more
So there's
exact.
a big difference. Right. So you know what I'm saying? I was just like, yeah, I don't want my address be put out there, but I'm telling you, I know coordinates because I used to be a public land surveyor, and I know Google Earth.
Right.
You just punch in the right numbers, boom, and the minute TJ saw where I took this photograph, girl, I was laying in bed. This is exactly where I am, but it's not telling you a lot number. It's just telling you right where I am.
Yeah.
Right? And don't put my address out there. So there's a difference between LG and iPhone.
Right.
Yeah,
So,
they are just more accurate than anything else.
Right. And that's what we found out. So she goes, thank you. Don't put my address out there, girlfriend. You know what I'm saying?
She's gonna dox you.
No, nobody's gonna dox me. I don't care. But you know what I'm saying? I'm just being from Colorado, all these high profile murder cases, whatever. It's just so weird that they took out the death penalty, but they can convict somebody without a body. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
yeah, Mary, you live in the one state in the States that I would not want to be murdered in or be anything involved in a serious crime in, because they just don't seem capable in Colorado.
Right. Yeah. So let's move on. After the interview, Tammy Lee asks Watts if he wants her to go out and tell the public that Shanann killed her children. And Watts replied, yes, because that's what happened. I did not hurt my children. So even though the above is his official statement, someone in law enforcement informs the media of a totally different story. So meanwhile, Ronnie Watts, who was, according to agents, very polite and calm during and after his son's confession, was escorted to a nearby hotel. This was the last contact Ronnie had with his son. Thinking his son has confessed to law enforcement about killing Shanann in a fit of rage. This is what Ronnie is seeing on the news in his hotel room.
If you're out there, just come back. Like, somebody has her, just please bring her back.
Breaking new details in the last few minutes about the man who spoke to our cameras, pleading for his wife's safe return.
I'm just concerned to understand if you're hearing this or you're out there, please let somebody know you're okay.
What we're learning about the pregnant mother's whereabouts and who may be responsible for her disappearance.
We have breaking new details in just the last few minutes. Contact 7 Investigates is learning new details about the case of that missing pregnant mother.
We want to bring in Denver 7 investigative reporter Jace Larson, who's learning from top sources more about this investigation and the husband's involvement. Jace?
Tonight, we have learned from 2 law enforcement sources who are close to the investigation. They tell me that this husband has confessed to killing his family, and he is now detained. We have also learned some other information here. Law enforcement believes they know where the bodies are buried, and they are in the process right now of trying to recover those bodies. Police officers and other officials working on this investigation are not releasing much more information, but my colleague Jacqueline Allen is live at the scene right now where she is learning some new details herself. Jacqueline?
That's right. Police are still here tonight at the house watching. Now, we just talked to Chris Watts yesterday. And the way he acted, the bizarre things he had to say, that raised red flags for police and for basically anyone who saw that interview. We want to show you some excerpts from that interview where he talks about having words with Shannon that night.
Well, it wasn't like an argument. We had an emotional conversation, but I'll leave it at that. But I just want them back. I just want them to come back. And if they're not safe right now, that's what's tearing me apart. Because if they are safe, they're coming back. But if they're not, this has got to stop. Like, somebody has to come forward.
Chilling to see those smiles and to hear that now, especially because neighbors, friends, family, they say they seem like a happy family. Even Shannon recently posted a video on Facebook detailing their entire relationship and saying Chris had stuck with her through health challenges from the very start.
He went to my colonoscopy. I tortured him. I rejected him. I pushed him away time and time and time again. He knew me at my worst, and he accepted me. 8 years later, we have 2 kids. We live in Colorado, and he's the best thing that has ever happened to me.
So what changed tonight, we do not know, but we do know that she was gone this summer, spent 6 weeks with her family in North Carolina, recently came back after a work trip. Now, police say they will be giving an update with more information at 9 tomorrow morning. We, of course, will be all over that. This is not the ending that anyone wanted in this story. Reporting live, Jacqueline Allen, Denver 7.
Not at all. Thank you, Jacqueline. And you can count on us to be on top of every development in the story. As we get more information, keep an eye on the free Denver 7 app throughout the night for the latest details.
So basically at 10 a.m. in the morning and at night, shortly after he confessed to killing his wife, Shannon, the news put out there that he confessed to killing all 3, which came from a source close to the investigation. So the evening news on Wednesday night, August the 15th, broadcast from outside of the Watts residence, which was taped off, that Chris Watts had confessed to killing all 3, Shannon, Bella, and Cece. Before Denver 7 reported live in front of the Watts residence, Frank Rusek, who received a phone call from a neighbor of the Watts, called CBI and asked why his daughter's house has been taped off. So they didn't even inform her dad.
Yeah, so that's something that also we'll focus on more down the line in regards to the call logs at Weld County. But there's an awful lot of misinformation that's going around about how clued in the Ruseks were to what was happening during the week. So from Monday right through until pretty much Thursday.
Hold on a second. Mary, do you have your speaker on loud?
Yeah, I do.
Can you turn it down a little bit because I hear all the background noise?
Do you hear anything now, Tanya?
No.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I can hear you good.
Okay.
No, there's an awful lot of misinformation about how in contact, and I know Sandy has given I don't want to say speeches, but she's given monologues on how clued in she was and how kept up to speed the family were during everything that was going on. And that just isn't, it's not backed up by what their call logs and the records show. In fact, there's several occasions when the family are calling for information that they are seeing on the media. However, this isn't what is happening in this instance, and if anything, Sandy's ahead of the game, and that's what we're going to show you guys now.
Yeah. So shortly after Watts confessed to have killed his wife in a fit of rage, Sandy called Shannon's high school friend, Lauren Arnold, and listened to what Sandy allegedly told Lauren.
But then once he gets arrested, kind of makes everything a little bit more real to the worst case scenario. So I talked to her mom, and then maybe 10 minutes later, it was like all over the news that he was arrested and had confessed. And then
what does her mom say to you?
She tells me that they had taken Chris into custody. And I said, for what? And she said, on suspicion of, I think she said on suspicion of murder. She said, he just said that he knew where they were. She said, but the news is going to report something different. So I knew what I was going to see before I saw it. Because the news and everybody was saying that he had confessed to murdering all three of them. My understanding was he had only confessed to knowing where they were.
So she's saying basically she knew before she heard it. So
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, so that's concerning. I mean, how did Sandra Rusek know that the media were going to run a story that's completely different to what everyone knew to be fact? What we watched, obviously, we watched it, in hindsight, further down the road. But how did she know? And you're saying on one hand, oh, they're calling her and they're telling her this ahead of time, but then Frank is calling and saying, why is a neighbor telling me that the house is taped off? And we know that the house was taped off because the forensic crime scene people moved in and were there between 10 and midnight. And that news crew is there at 10. So they must arrive just shortly after that and tape the whole thing off. So, Frank is saying one thing, going like, hey guys, what's happening? And Sandy's saying another, telling Shanann's best friend that, listen, you're going to hear this, but this isn't what's happened. What's going on? It's just bizarre.
Right. So Lauren Arnold states in her interview with CBI on September the 6th that she was avoiding the media on Tuesday the 14th and Wednesday the 15th by hiding in her house. But after Shanann was found dead, Lauren Arnold became a little bit more talkative. And I think, Danielle, you wanted to say something about this.
Yeah, so I've been doing a real dive into Lauren. And hi, Lauren, if you're listening, because we know we loved your little comment that you left on our video. So we know Lauren's with us this
Calling
evening.
me a loser.
Yeah, we know Lauren's with us this evening, and we're just wondering, Lauren, why you're so upset about anybody listening to your interview. It's public record, and really, we're just going over what you said. It's just that some of it doesn't really make any sense. But if you want to jump in chat, feel free. So Lauren has stated in this interview, as is on the screen, on September 6th, which in itself we'll get into. It's a little bizarre that they waited so long to talk to her. But she stated that she's avoiding the media. Oh, I spent all day Tuesday and Wednesday of that week avoiding the media, ducking calls and basically hiding. But to me, that's just bizarre. Why would you not be courting the media? NA was courting the media. She was the one that called the media and alerted them to what was happening on Monday. So why are you not using the media to your advantage? Any other missing person case on the face of the planet want the media covering them. They want the cameras on the family, on the friends, saying, hey guys, what's happening? So, please find my family, please find my friend, please find the missing children. Guys, if you're out there, please let us know you're okay. You heard NA in that previous Denver 7 clip calling out to Shanann. And that happened 11 a.m. on the day before, Tuesday. And then again, NA goes to ground. She tells Detective Baumhofer, I'm hiding from the media as well in one of her later interviews. Why? What did the media dig up or do to you that as someone on the victim side, you're hiding from them? You should be welcoming their coverage. You should be handling them and allowing them to help you.
Right.
You know, any other missing person case that I've ever seen, the media is there and they're used as a tool. And I came across an expert online who explained something very interesting. It's kind of common knowledge, but at the same time, you know, it was nice to have it there with an expert saying it. The first 72 hours are obviously the most important. You want cameras on, you want the pictures out there, you want social media on fire with the images of who's missing. And the number one click.
Hold on a
the most-
second. Hold on a second, please. Mary,
Oh,
We're the happiest kids
I
ever.
gotta turn off your microphone quick because I really hear myself talking. Like it's really loud in the background.
in your ear.
Me?
Yeah.
Breathing?
No, every time I say something, I hear myself talking.
That's all good. You want me
Is
to
that
leave?
better?
No. I'm gonna just mute the microphone and put it back on again when we talk, okay? So
Sorted?
that's better, yeah.
Oh, that's bizarre. It's just like an echo.
Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's an
Okay,
echo and I hear myself like
Cool. No, so we were just saying, as I say, Lauren, you know, is saying about avoiding the media, but I just don't get it. I don't see that in any other case. The highest this expert that I came across online said that the most clicks and the most screen time and the most word count, whether it be online or whether it be in actual papers and printed material, the most word count that you can get for any missing person or any missing individual. I don't know whether she was talking about specific to the United States, but I assume so from the way she described it, is a female. You go higher word count when it's a white female. You go even higher word count when it's a pregnant white female. So you know, with this situation, it was a full count. You know, Shanann Watts being missing was grabbing the biggest headlines and the biggest amount of column cover out of anything in the media. So you know, she was a pregnant white woman from an affluent area with this beautiful family. They were very photogenic. It was a good story to run in the news as far as for clicks and for coverage and for people wanting to know what was going on. So it received an awful amount of coverage. I mean, it was incredible. And it is fair to say that, you know, going based on these studies, that if she was a man in a less affluent part of town, she wouldn't have garnered the same coverage. So she had that in her corner, that the media already wanted to run with this. But I don't understand why her friends and family weren't using it. Like, when did we see an appeal by her mom or dad or her brother while she was alive? You know,
Right.
yes, they were in North Carolina, but there's nothing to stop an affiliate in North Carolina running a story with Denver 7, or a local broadcaster in North Carolina running it and it going across state. So there's no reason. It was nothing to do with them not being in Colorado. I really don't understand why any of this wasn't running, and why you would be turning your back. I mean, there's NA who's actually contacting the media, who's standing in front of a camera saying, you know, help me. If my friend Shanann's out there, come back, tell someone where you are. And then what changed? What did the media find out? That these women who are, you know, on the side of the victim, you know, as far as that makes you, you're golden. You know, you're on the right side of this and you're going to ground. You're not wanting help. You know, you're not wanting to speak to the cameras. But hold up, you do want to speak to the cameras when it comes out that, yeah, she's been murdered, she's gone, and with all intents and purposes, it's too late. So you're all quite happy to jump in front of the camera and do your specials and do your little sound bites then, but you know, you're at memorials and you're doing, you know, all of that after the fact. But where was all this during the fact? Where was all this Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday? I didn't see anyone other than a 30-second interview with NA and obviously Chris, but Chris was on for want of a better, you know, way to put it, the other side of this. So I didn't see Sandy or Frank or Frankie Jr. in front of a camera pleading with whoever had his sister or pleading with the public for information.
Right.
You know, I didn't see any of that. So let's see what Lauren had to say in the wake then of the news coming that Shanann and the kids were in fact murdered. And this is a news report from the very next morning. In fact, you'll see on the banner, it says breaking news overnight. So this happened Wednesday evening.
We were the happiest kids ever. She was born to be a mom.
After playing the grieving husband and father for 3 days,
I just want them home so bad.
Local media reports say Watts led investigators to where he dumped his wife's body, an isolated field at the oil and gas company where he worked outside Denver.
We have been able to recover a body that we're quite certain is Shanann Watts' body. We have strong reason to believe that we know where the bodies of the children are, and recovery efforts are in process.
Watts is said to have confessed to the murders. No motive has been released.
This is absolutely the worst possible outcome that any of us could imagine.
What investigators do know is Shanann was dropped off at home at 2 a.m. Monday morning after a business trip. Her husband says he left work around 5 a.m. In between, Watts said he and his wife had an emotional conversation. Detectives have not released how Shanann was murdered or when he allegedly killed his children, but say all three were killed at home.
He was definitely interested in the kids and very doting and a little shy, but other than that, he was a really good guy.
With a community and family in mourning, Shanann's brother says his sister was pregnant with a boy, Nico. Writing on Facebook, "I'm so distraught and in shock. My blood is boiling, and the pain and anger and sadness I have in my heart." Her family now making their way to Colorado to say goodbye to a mother and her 2 children.
I love you, girl.
Allegedly killed by the person who was supposed to protect them.
Okay,
Right.
guys.
Yeah.
Sorry, Tanya, I didn't mean to cut you off. I was just going to cover the information that was in the end of the little video there, because I think it's another example of the media manipulation that goes on. And I mean, we're all very aware of this on the other side of, well, for you guys in America, a big election, and then on the other side of COVID, and, you know, a lot of people are waking up to a lot of media manipulation. So here's what the media just said that Frankie Jr., which is Shanann's younger brother, just said on Facebook. "I'm so distraught and in shock." Okay, that was the first bit. And if I read out to you the bit that is that message and where that message came from, but it's in its entirety, which is what the news didn't read to you. He said, "I'm not one to ask for donations of any kind of money I didn't earn. But at this time, we don't know how long we will be in Colorado or what all we're supposed to do about this tragedy. I'm so distraught and in shock with this sickening news about my beautiful sister, Shanann Rusek, and absolutely adorable, precious, harmless nieces, Bella and Celeste, and unborn nephew, Nico. I'm fine with everyone just keeping my family in your prayers. For all the people who are helping and donating, may God bless you for helping a family in need." Now, I just need to remind you that this is several hours after he's just got the news that his sister has been murdered and his nieces have been murdered. The news then followed on with "the blood is boiling with pain and anger and sadness in my heart." Now, that message in its entirety reads, "I just want to know why my precious family, my one and only sibling, my sister Shanann, 2 adorable nieces, Bella and Celeste, and her soon-to-be found-out unborn son, Nico. I just want 30 seconds alone with that heartless psychopath. May Satan have mercy on his soul." The cops drug their feet. He was the only one with them and backed up his truck into the garage. Don't take a genius to know who was suspect. My blood is boiling, and the pain and anger and sadness that I have in my heart, nothing, absolutely nothing, would get in my way of taking away his life like he did mine and my entire family. which, I mean, I agree with him. It's a sentiment, obviously, as a member of a family. I don't know if it happened to my brother, I would feel exactly the same. But you also have to take in context that this guy's just found out within hours that his sister and the kids are dead. They've been looking for them for days, and he's just been told, and within a couple of hours is on Facebook posting about people making donations. You know, as far as I'm concerned, this happened. They went missing on the Monday, and by the Wednesday night / Thursday morning, they knew they were gone and had been murdered. And the family still hadn't set off from North Carolina to head to Colorado. And I did a bit of looking into this and was kind of like, you know, how far away is that? I'm not from the States, you know, like, is that a big trip? No, guys, I mean, it's a 24-hour drive. So even if the three of them had jumped in a car on the Monday afternoon, which is when, by the way, they say they knew was the Monday morning, first thing, if you were heading from North Carolina to Colorado, you would be there the next day, the next afternoon, with the three of you sharing the drive. And at most, it said online, it would be $100 to $150 in gas money. So, I mean, you're not talking a huge expense. You're not talking $1,000 in gas money to get you there. So even if you couldn't afford to go by plane, I know I would be hitchhiking at the side of the road if it was me. But that's just me. You know?
Yeah, I would be the same.
Yeah, I just think it's, you know, it's strange that they didn't head for Colorado right away. That, you know, Mr. Rusek says on Dr. Phil, you know, it actually might have been Mrs. Rusek, but one of the two said, you know, on Monday, as soon as they heard that the car or the truck was reversed back up the driveway, they wanted to just jump on a plane. But you didn't, and you didn't on Tuesday, and you didn't on Wednesday, and you actually didn't even on Thursday.
Right.
So, you know, there's ways and means, guys. I'm sure they knew somebody that could, you know, throw them $100 to get some gas money to go across state. Frank Rusek was just there the month before, traveled out to Colorado to mind the grandbabies while they went off on their Thrive trip.
Right.
You know, so this wasn't a kind of, oh, we never see them, it's a trip of a lifetime type situation. It just wasn't.
And also the unusual behavior, they say that him backing off his truck into the garage. I mean, this is nothing unusual he did, because he did, since they were stealing tools in the neighborhood, he always, every Friday when he got home from work, he unloaded his truck backing into the garage. And on Mondays, he backed up his truck again to load his truck with tools. So saying that this is unusual behavior, and we knew that, you know, he did something horrible to Shanann and the kids, is just not right, because this was not unusual behavior for him.
Right.
You know,
and a lot of people, I've seen a lot of people put the information out there saying, you know, oh, he never backed the truck up, and he was telling lies about the incident with the tools. But that actually isn't the case, because it was confirmed by Detective Baumhover that the Frederick Police Department were experiencing a spate of robberies and break-ins where tools were targeted from vehicles and from secured garages. So, you know, he really wasn't lying when he said that. That was true.
Right. Okay. So, what did the media uncover about Shanann Watts during her being missing? I mean, we know the media is always out for the best story.
Right.
And even if, you know, a victim is, I mean, they dig every dirt up, you know, everything they can find about you. Doesn't matter if you're the victim or not, you know, they dig everything up.
Of course.
Why did her friends, who were happily talking to the media 11 a.m. Tuesday, suddenly shut down all communication until they found her dead? What did the media ask in regards to Shanann that made her friends avoiding them? You really got to ask that yourself, you know? I mean, what did they ask specific questions about Shanann, which, I mean, I'm not saying that her friends or anybody was involved in knowing about the media and law enforcement deal to make him look like guilty before there was even an investigation. But what
No.
I'm saying is, like, why did they avoid the media asking questions about Shanann? And what we found out, you know, we basically dug through everyone and their past and stuff. And I can honestly say that none of them really knew Shanann.
Yeah,
So
right.
I think my personal opinion is they were avoiding news and media and their questions just because they didn't know what to answer. Because if you're being honest, I mean, Shanann was the same type of girl. I mean, she told people living in North Carolina completely different things than other than people living close by. So if you dig into this like really hard, you'll see what I mean.
Right. That is true. There was an awful lot of inconsistencies. And I mean, it wasn't always big things. A lot of the time it was small things. A lot of the time it was personal things. And some of it you could write off as, well, you know, maybe she didn't trust these people. I mean, I think she was just the kind of person who wanted everyone to think that they were her bestest friend, you know, oh, you're my bestie, when actually they were kind of on a sliding scale. And I think a lot of people thought that they were the number one, or at least in the top 5 in her life, and they actually in reality weren't. You know, we can see from her text activity in her final days, she ghosted some of the people who then came out of the woodwork as, oh, she's my best friend in the whole world. And, you know, she ghosted them. She just flat out ignored them. She was replying to other people and she was active on social media, and I'm sure they saw that, but she just wasn't replying to them. And we see that with Lauren when we go through Lauren's statement, and she plays it off. But, you know, at the same time, everyone knows, girls know when other girls are ghosting them. And, you know, she seemed to be quite big into that. If you told her that you couldn't help her with something, she ghosted you and she went to find the next person who could help her. And you know, a lot of people are like that. She was driven, and she was a businesswoman, and she had a ton of contacts in that phone. And some she was certainly a lot closer to than others, but a lot of people did come out of the woodwork, you know, spouting off that they were my best friend and I knew her so well. And but then they couldn't say things like what age she was, or
how far she was along in her pregnancy.
yeah, how far your best friend is pregnant. Excuse me, what do you mean? So, you know, girls know that stuff. You know your bestie and you know how pregnant she is.
Right.
So there's a lot of things that just, you know, as we said last week, things that make you go, about Lauren's interview and about a few other people who came forward. But what I do have to say is in those clips, you just saw, I think there's another one coming up as well, but you saw the Thayers. Now, out of everyone in this scenario, everybody on this horrific journey of the Watts story, I don't think there was 2 people more sincere than the Thayers.
Right.
I just think they came across as the most genuine, heartbroken people I've ever seen in regards to feeling guilt, feeling remorse, feeling sadness, feeling loss. They just went through the emotional spectrum in front of the camera, and it was so real, and it broke me watching it. It was just so sad. And I think when you see a man cry as well, it's especially sad. And it was just awful. And the 2 of them together kind of just holding on to each other and crying over their loss, the loss of Shanann and the children, but also the loss of
I was
Chris.
suspicious of everybody in the start.
Yeah, yeah, I know what you mean. You kind of think it's crocodile tears, but when you watch it back, and I'll tell you this as well. Amanda Thayer she gave a legendary statement to the police. She went with her receipts. She had her phone. She had specific times. She had text messages. And she is one of the ones that has had her testimony messed with in the discovery. And we'll go into that in another live, because Amanda Thayer and Nick Thayer are very important players in this to me, because anyone who saw him in the days between Monday and Thursday to me were important. And that's one of the things that doesn't sit with me about Lauren Arnold, because everyone else who saw him on the Monday was interviewed immediately, almost like a debrief. Like, what did he say? What did he do? What did he act like? What did he not do? What did he ask? What was his behavior like? And they didn't approach her for almost a month. So that's bizarre to me, that, you know, they approached the Lindstroms, they approached the Thayers, they approached I always say his name wrong, Colin guy, who was his friend from the dealership, and who was friends with Jeremy.
But like I told you this afternoon, I think she wasn't relevant. She inserted herself into the investigation.
Yeah,
so,
very possibly. Very possibly. I do just find it strange that the timing of her interview coincides with when the court was making decisions in regards to the leaks to the media, and that's what we're going to get to as we move along. So I think that was quite crucial.
Right. So let's move on.
Yeah.
So law enforcement certainly used the media to their advantage. Watts confessed to killing Shanann on Wednesday, August 15th. Shortly after that, news stated that Watts had confessed killing all three of them. A press conference was held on Thursday morning, August the 16th. Law enforcement had the opportunity to correct any false statement given by the media, but they did not. They let people believe that Chris Watts had confessed to killing all three of his family.
Good morning. My name is Sergeant Ian Albert. I'm the PIO of the Frederick Police Department. Today I'm joined by my chief, Todd Norris with the Frederick Police Department.
Tanya, would you just pause that for 1 second?
Yeah.
So I just wanted to say, in case guys don't realize, I know he's just told you his name. This is Sergeant Ian Albert. But once I kind of knew, I'd watched this before. Yeah, Canadian, I see in chat, Sergeant Albert. Sergeant Albert just gave his testimony, and part of his testimony in the mock trial. But what I would say, I didn't realize quite until I read the discovery for about the third time how important this guy is. He's a real player in the situation, and he was appointed the media liaison. So he was the PIO, as they call it, the press information officer, who really was in charge of what went out to the media. And he really, in Frederick, I don't want to say he's a nobody, but he wasn't, the chief commander. He wasn't the police commander. He wasn't, any kind of big person, but he played a real part in this investigation. And one of the things that came out through his testimony was that he actually dealt directly with Sandy, and he took Sandy's statements, and he took her testimony from North Carolina in regards to her relationship with her daughter and the contact that she attempted to have on Monday and that kind of thing. So what I want you to watch when you're having a look at this video and just keep an eye on is just watch his body language. Everybody talks about Chris's body language and various people, but he really stands out to me. He is visibly shaking when he is speaking to the media. When the press are asking him questions, he looks like he's about to have a heart attack, but he is the press liaison officer. So, you would imagine he would be experienced in doing this, but just check out his body language, even his eyes when he's given these statements. It's just crazy. Just watch the way he reacts when he's talking to the press.
Right. Hold on. I just lost my screen.
Oh no, technical difficulties.
No. All right.
Good morning. My name is Sergeant Ian Albert. I'm the PIO of the Frederick Police Department. Today I'm joined by my chief, Todd Norris with the Frederick Police Department, 19th Judicial District Attorney's Office District Attorney Mike O'Rourke, Colorado Bureau of Investigation Director John Camper, Federal Bureau of Investigation Special Agent in Charge Calvin Shivers. And thank you all again. To give you some background, the Frederick Police Department received a missing person call just before 2 p.m. on Monday, August 23rd, 2018. Our agency launched an investigation conducting interviews, neighborhood canvasses, in an effort to locate Shanann and her two girls, Bella and Celeste. We also contacted the FBI and the CBI to assist in this case. In addition to providing investigative agents and crime scene responders, a missing endangered alert was announced on Tuesday afternoon. Frederick PD conducted additional canvasses where flyers featuring Shanann, Celeste, and Bella were distributed throughout the community. Finally, in the late hours of Wednesday evening, the husband, Chris Watts, was taken into custody and was transported to the Weld County Jail just after 11:30 p.m. last night. He is currently scheduled for a bond hearing later today. Now, we will take questions later after the interview. However, I would like to turn it over to Chief Norris for a brief statement, please.
Thank you, Ian. I would just like to say our hearts and our prayers go out to the families of this tragedy. I also want to acknowledge the overwhelming support that I have personally received from our community. I truly, truly appreciate that. I also want to say thank you to the local and state and federal agencies that the gentleman behind me that has helped us with this investigation. I will now turn it over to the DA, Michael York. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for being here.
My
name
friend.
is Michael Rourke. I'm the Weld County District Attorney. And I hope that you all understand this investigation is still ongoing. We are at the very preliminary stages of this investigation. And so as a result of that, we're going to be constrained in the types of questions that we can answer. And I hope that you all understand that at this point. I wanted to address the process and the procedure that's going to occur from this point forward. After the suspect was arrested last night, this case has been formally referred to my office for determination of the appropriate formal charges that will be filed against the suspect. As Sergeant Albert indicated, the suspect has a bond hearing this afternoon at 2:30 in Division 5 at the Weld County Courthouse. Following that, we will be given a deadline by which we need to file formal charges. That will be sometime Monday afternoon, and we will make a determination on charges between now and then. That determination will be based upon the information that we have at this point as a result of the cooperation by Frederick Police Department, by the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, and by the Federal Bureau of Investigation. I truly want to thank all of those partners for their efforts. I'm going to turn it over to the CBI director for a few comments. And like I said, we will answer questions at the end, but please understand two things. Number one, the suspect at this point is presumed innocent until otherwise proven guilty in a court of law. And number two, I'm constrained ethically as to what I can say, what I can answer at this point in time. Director?
Thanks. Hi, I'm John Camper, Director of the Colorado Bureau of Investigation. We join with Chief Norris, the Frederick PD, and really the entire town of Frederick in expressing our sorrow for the loss of Shanann Watts, Bella, and Celeste. This is absolutely the worst possible outcome that any of us could imagine. And I think our hearts are broken for the town of Frederick as much as anybody's. As you probably know, the Colorado Bureau of Investigation is primarily a by request agency, and the Frederick PD did reach out to us. We were honored to assist with both investigative services and forensic resources as well, and that's primarily been our role with that. We've had at least 15 to 20 investigators as well as forensic team members active on this case for the last several days. As horrible as this outcome is, our role now is to do everything that we can to determine exactly what occurred and assist in filing a thorough case with the 19th Judicial District. I too don't anticipate being able to answer much in the way of additional questions very thoroughly. Especially in the coming days. We'll probably refer you more to the DA's office in the upcoming days, but we'll do what we can in the meantime. And then I too want to note that the cooperation that occurred and the collaboration that occurred in this case was textbook. The Frederick PD has just been outstanding to work with, and an extremely impressive job of investigating this case, along with the resources of the FBI and the collaboration with CBI has been outstanding. And I also might add that the collaboration and cooperation by Anadarko, which, as you know, is somewhat involved in this as well, has also been outstanding. They've been nothing but cooperative in helping us with this investigation as well. So with that, let me turn it over to Special Agent in Charge, Mr. Shivers.
Good morning. My name is Calvin Shivers. I'm the Special Agent in Charge for the FBI's Denver Division. And I also would like to express my condolences to the families and to the victims of the families for their loss. The FBI supported this investigation from day one. And as Director Camper just mentioned, this was a great example of the law enforcement community coming together. Unfortunately, it was not the outcome that we were looking for. But again, the support of all the state, local, and federal partners is critical to making our community safe. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kelvin. Like I said yesterday, we will not jeopardize any part of this investigation. However, today we will take some questions, but no details will be released that will jeopardize anything. Okay. Sir.
Yeah, Jason Larson, with Channel 7 here. Have you been able to recover the bodies?
Oh, please.
At this point, we have been able to recover a body that we're quite certain is Shanann Watts' body. We have strong reason to believe that we know where the bodies of the children are, and recovery efforts are in process on that.
And you mentioned Anadarko. Is it fair to say that these were recovered on Anadarko property?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
Has he given you any indication, and we know, and I have reported that you guys have spoken with him, has he given you any indication as to why he might have ultimately committed these crimes?
And that part, Jace, we just can't get into any comments that may or may not have been made by an individual in an interview. That really would jeopardize the case. So, and I can't even give you an assessment of that. I apologize.
Do you believe that there could be anyone else involved in this, helping with the bodies, or any indication that there could be additional people or suspects?
We have an awful lot of people that we still need to talk to. As you can imagine, an investigation like this, it's complex. We talk to anyone and everyone that, no matter how loosely related to this it might be. And so we've got a lot of folks that we need to talk to.
Except you didn't.
I think it's safe to say that in terms of any danger to the community or anything like that, we're not concerned about that at all. And so I'll leave it at that.
Generally speaking, what would you say led the case to Mr. Watts? Was it statements by him or the discovery of bodies?
It would be a totality of the circumstances, a full police investigation. Regarding any more details than that, I will not give out.
Do you know when they were killed, more or less?
That I do not have at my disposal.
And to elaborate a little bit on that, any sense if he killed them all at the same time? Did he kill the kids over the weekend and get this right at the end? Can you just tell us a little bit more about that?
That would be one of the many details that we are not able to discuss at this time. As I said before, the case is still ongoing. Investigation is still continuing.
Is there a timeline between when Mr. Watts was arrested and when the body of Shanann was recovered? Can you give us some detail on the timeline?
I don't want to test anything that I'm not either certain about myself or that would jeopardize the case to the matter.
The victim's family on social media had said that he confessed to the murders. Can you confirm that?
Again, that would be a detail that I would not be able to disclose at this time.
Can you talk personally about the toll this case has taken on the town of Frederick, on your officers, on your team?
Absolutely. That is a question I can't answer. And it's been...
Of course.
Our small department, 20 plus officers, we've been working around the clock on this, and it's something that we've been working with the community, with the command staff, with the town of Frederick themselves. Obviously, the community, you find people, and it's been nonstop.
Lying to the community.
I don't want to say it's in sight, but it's certainly ongoing.
You talk about, I know that the family is located on the East Coast, mainly for Shanann, just kind of bringing them here and kind of how you guys are working with the family.
Out of respect to the family, I don't want to disclose anything about their personal lives. Thank you.
Right.
Mr. Rourke, any idea on when information on this case will be unsealed?
Oh, hi, Rourke.
The affidavit in support of warrantless arrest was sealed last night at our request by a district court judge. We did so that
Of course you did.
Keep going, Lion.
Finish up a few of the investigative steps. My anticipation is that on or about Monday, when we make a filing decision, my hope will be that we can ask the court to unseal that information and make it a public record at that point in time.
One person that said that they saw Shanann was Chris. He talked to us. He said he was the last person that saw her at 5 a.m. Is there anybody else that you guys know of that has talked about the last place and time that she was physically seen by somebody other than the suspect?
What a crap question.
That's, all part of developing a timeline in a case like this, of many, many people to talk to. And so anything that you hear like that, certainly things that we check into, but then we also try to verify and talk to others and really complete that timeline as best we can.
And you heard she got back from a business trip. Have you guys worked with the airport and also the tickets? Surveillance, going on?
Yeah, so again, it'd be one of those details that I just don't want to disclose. Let's take about 2 more questions, guys. Okay.
Getting hot in here.
Yeah.
But is there any reason to believe that she was killed elsewhere, just dropped off there?
We can disclose that her body has been located. However, I can't say anything further than that.
We can't talk about the manner of death. That's something that does get released. Can you share that with us?
Manner of death would be undetermined at this time. We don't want to speculate anything or rule anything out. I think that's enough for today, guys, and I thank you all for coming. Again, I'd like to thank all the agencies in charge that helped us out, and a good day to you all. Thank you.
Okay, so if anyone in the chat, once just joined or they went for a wee and you missed the last 12 minutes of your life, here's our 30-second recap. They can't tell you anything. They don't want to tell you anything. They're sweating buckets. They're deflecting questions left, right, and center. Like they've got flipping lightsabers up there. Just deflect, deflect, deflect. And then Rourke comes up and flutters his eyes about 12 million times a second because he's lying. He can't look straight in the camera. And poor Albert, Mr. Albert, is swaying back and forward like Captain Birdseye on a ship because he can't even stand straight because he's doing exactly what C-Dub did when he was on his porch. He's self-soothing. And he's back and forwards, back and forwards. He's making me seasick.
Right.
Yeah, I've never heard so much. I can't talk about that, and I won't talk about that, and I'm not allowed to talk about that, and I can't talk about that either, and there's not much I can talk about. But what I can talk about is how great we did. We did great. We are great. You're great. I'm great. Look at him. He's great. We're great. We are brilliant. We pat ourselves on the back.
World.
Quick. Get on to the plaque shop. We need our plaque, as someone said in chat. Get the plaque up on the wall. Get the carpenter book to get the plaque up. Right, guys, start polishing your medals now. Like that's literally what that 12 minutes was. The first 7 minutes, they don't talk about anything except how great each agency was. You were great, were you? You were great.
In mind, this was Thursday morning, so he just confessed to killing Shanann. Not the kids. And this was the next day in the morning. So they already put that out there that he confessed to have killed all 3 of them, which was a blatant lie.
Yeah. So these guys just had the opportunity for 12 minutes in front of the world's press and the world's press affiliates to say, they were asked very directly by the press, did he confess to all 3? And he said he couldn't answer. So in my view, you just lied. You just openly lied. You were asked the direct question and you had the opportunity to set the record straight. You've just saw news media from 10 last night, 10 p.m. last night. This is now 10 or 11 a.m. the next morning. You just have had 12 hours of a news cycle running that your department and a leak in your department has told the media that he has confessed to all 3. And that is just not true. And you should have walked up to that podium and said, right, before we start, we want to clear up any misconception that Mr. Watts has confessed to all three. He has not.
Right. So.
We can tell you that he has made a confession, but we can't go into details until we unseal the affidavit that we sealed, because we had to take another 48 hours to get our story straight about what happened.
Right. So Wednesday, the news report, no correction of misinformation. On Thursday, the press conference we just saw, no correction of misinformation. On Friday, at the candlelight vigil for Shanann and the kids, no correction of misinformation. Saturday and Sunday, the same thing. Law enforcement did not correct misinformation given by the media for 5 days. They not only said he confessed to killing all three, they also said that Watts had said it himself, which was not true.
Right.
So on Thursday, the 16th at 9:15 a.m., the defense filed a motion to limit pre-trial publicity to enable a fair trial for Chris Watts. At this point, they did not know that this wasn't going to trial. So the judge granted that motion. Meanwhile, the law enforcement source still continues to spread the rumor that Watts had confessed to killing all three.
It's just disgusting.
It is.
Like, guys, don't misunderstand what we're saying here. We're not saying it's disgusting that Chris Watts is in jail, right? Prison. We're not saying that. Okay.
Definitely
So
not.
let's before anyone, goes for the jugular. That's not what we're saying. Okay. Saturday night, let's keep it nice and loose. We're not saying that. What we are saying is that the way this has been handled and the way we, the people of the world that were fed the biggest load of tripe, were treated, and we're treated like we're stupid. That's what's ridiculous and disgusting, is that they played out into the media this narrative that suited them, and they made all of us lap it up. I lapped it up. I was over here on the other side of the world lapping it up until I started to ask more questions about it.
Right.
So,
but this happens so often in cases, especially in murder cases. And in my opinion, everybody, it doesn't matter who it is, they deserve a trial.
Exactly.
So stuff like this comes out,
Yeah, I agree.
So on Thursday, August the 16th at 10:52 a.m., the defense filed a motion to have the sealed affidavit unsealed because they did not know at this point what Watts even said to put himself into this position. So the defense did not even see the affidavit to, build up a strategy to see
they couldn't defend their client. If you don't understand what he has confessed to, and you don't understand what's come out of his mouth and what hasn't, you cannot be in a position to defend him with any kind of credibility.
Right. So the DA obviously did not want the affidavit to be unsealed for these 5 days, because if they did, you would have known that Chris Watts never confessed to killing all three of them. So Rourke said, the information contained in the affidavit is sensitive to an ongoing investigation. The release of the information would jeopardize the ongoing investigation and may hinder further investigation. Release of said documents is therefore not in the public's interest.
Right.
Which is a complete load of bull.
Yeah. So what
in other words, in the affidavit would have been unsealed, the public, so you, would have known that Chris Watts never confessed to killing his children. Therefore, Rourke successfully manipulated the court as well as you, and you would have seen that Watts was charged even before they had any evidence that he killed anyone. So this is the arrest affidavit from August the 16th. Watts was charged with 3 counts of murder, even though the children were not even recovered yet.
Right.
I mean, you don't see that really, but if you pause that video or that live and blow it up on your screen, you see it's submitted on August the 16th, and I believe it's 10 something a.m.
That's right.
And they already charge him on something. They did not even start an investigation yet.
Right. So what Rourke is in evident, what he's basically saying, right, when he says we want to seal this affidavit and give ourselves a couple of days to investigate, he wants to give himself up to Monday, which is 5 days, right? What he's basically saying is, if we tell you
no effort to,
no, he does nothing in those 5 days.
Right, you know.
So what he wants, what he does, he wants 5 days, so that if you guys knew for 5 days, including during the time they're having the vigil and the candlelit thing at the house, if you guys knew that he was saying, I killed her in rage because she killed them, that wouldn't play over so good. So they want everybody to be in the dark about that until at least Monday, if not later than Monday, but they can't really push it too much further because he's only got so much of a window to file charges.
Right.
So they need to do the autopsies. So they can't do one without the other kind of thing. So they only have a couple of days, but he's taken all the days that he can because he wants to get his ducks in a row.
Yeah. So Miss KJ asks, how do we know the leak was from law enforcement? Maybe somebody overheard Ronnie talking to somebody. No,
Yeah.
I'm going to show you in a minute. And
we'll show you why.
News reporter of Denver, and I think as well as CBS, states they have a source within the investigation close to the case. So they admit that.
Yeah.
So on Monday, the August the 20th of 2018, the affidavit was finally made public. And now watch what happened.
We start this morning with a dramatic new twist in the Colorado murder case that has caught national attention. The man accused of murdering his wife and family claims he killed his wife after she strangled their daughters.
Prosecutors filed 9 felony charges against Christopher Watts yesterday. Those charges include 5 counts of first-degree murder. Omar Villafranca is outside the courthouse in Greeley, Colorado.
He did still not confess.
Story. Omar, good morning.
No.
Good morning. According to an arrest affidavit, Christopher Watts says he was having an affair with a coworker, and he admits he killed his wife, but says he did not kill his girls.
I have 2 beautiful girls that I'm truly blessed with every day.
After initially denying involvement in his family's disappearance, Christopher Watts allegedly told investigators his pregnant wife Shanann killed their 2 daughters, 4-year-old Bella and 3-year-old Celeste. According to a newly unsealed arrest affidavit, Watts claims that moments after he told her he wanted a separation, he observed her on a baby monitor actively strangling their younger daughter, while their older daughter was sprawled out on her bed and blue. He claims he then went into a rage and ultimately strangled Shanann to death.
This is a horrible lie.
Neighbor Kelly Trippy is furious Watts claims Shanann killed their children. What's your response?
It's so wrong. It is so not true. That is the last thing she would have done.
If somebody has her, just please bring her back. I need to see everybody.
Just days after Watts went on TV pleading for his family's safe return, he allegedly told investigators where to find their bodies on a property owned by the company he worked for.
My office filed formal charges against Christopher Lee Watts.
In addition to the 5 murder charges, Watts was also charged with 1 count of unlawful termination of a pregnancy in the first degree and 3 counts of tampering with a deceased human body. At any point, did you consider the death penalty?
Way too early to have that conversation.
Shanann's father was emotional Monday as he thanked everyone for their support and prayers.
They are greatly appreciated, and keep the prayers coming for our family.
It's worth noting that Chris Watts' attorney was actually given a request to take DNA samples from the necks of the 2 girls. Now, he is expected in court later on today, right behind me, where he will finally face his charges. We've reached out to his public defender, but have not heard back. Bianna?
The story becomes more shocking and more heartbreaking by the day. Omar, thank you.
Yeah. So what's request for the neck prints of the girls came about because Coda asked him in his interview, how can we prove that Shanann killed the girls?
Mhm.
And then Watts immediately responded by saying, well, you can take prints of their necks. So this is how that came about. So Chris Watts' defense attorney filed motion D29 August 29th regarding a leak of misinformation from a law enforcement source claiming the previous motion was breached by the state. Following the filing of the motion, several additional motions are filed because leaks continue.
Yeah, it was pretty bad the way the leaks were happening. They were getting bigger and bigger, and they were always things that were just happening.
Right.
So it was somebody very close to what was going on.
So the defense asked the judge for an investigation into the leak, but the judge denies. Judge is saying they haven't shown enough evidence, the defense, that this incident does in fact come from sources working from law enforcement. So the judge basically saying it's not enough to tell me media said the leaks are coming from law enforcement. So if they would show proof other than just media telling them, the judge would open an investigation into the matter.
Right.
So, and there was another special leak.
A big one.
Yeah. The unidentified leak was not the only source bragging all over the internet on August the 17th. Tammy Lee's husband posted publicly on Facebook, to which she responds. And I mean, I don't know if you can see it, but I read them out for you. So Joey Lee, the husband of Tammy Lee, the agent Tammy Lee, posts on Facebook on August the 17th at 2:15 p.m. publicly. People often ask me what Tam does, and a bunch think she wears a lab coat and tests evidence for DNA. But this is what my wife really does. She sits across from people that are close to purely evil as you can find the side of hell. And somehow she always wins. Her ability to find the truth and obtain confessions in high-profile cases is truly an art. Not to diminish the huge team effort that went into this case this week, because it took thousands of man-hours and hundreds of people, but I only live with one of them. So her role is the one I see up close. Tam is going on about hour 94, if my math is right, since Tuesday, and only about 14 of that has been sleep. She tirelessly pursues justice for victims who cannot speak or defend themselves with an energy that is hard to understand. Her job comes with a massive personal and mental toll, but she never complains, and she never quits until all the victims are located and the monster is in jail. Keep in mind that was August the 17th. I know that if my wife could ever meet the victims she worked so hard for, they would thank her. I'm biased, but when it comes to interrogating evil people, I think my wife is the best anywhere, hands down. We can't wait for you to be home, Tammy Lee, but we also know how important your work is, and our kids and I are so proud of you. May God continue to watch over our amazing first responders and keep them safe, and may Shanann, Celeste, and Bella rest in peace, with a picture of them three attached to the post. So she responds, first of all, let's be honest. I'm not smart enough to be sitting in a lab coat testing for DNA. My brother would attest to that, I'm sure. Second, a case is never solved by one person, and it took an entire team to get Chris into jail and to recover his beautiful wife and two baby girls. To say I'm thankful for the group of hardworking badasses I get to have by my side is an understatement. We all just came together effortlessly, even the FBI, and this time it worked. But the reality is never a pretty thing. Most of us could keep our days straight, and I know I missed, then her son's name is blacked out, first coach pitch practice, back to school night, and my aunt visiting from out of state, as did almost all the investigators working around the clock. Thankfully, I have the most amazing husband and a family a girl could ask for. He knows when I tell him I'm leaving in an hour, that usually means 5. I'm also proud of the fact I am able to keep myself together during and after cases like this. I believe the last time I openly cried on a case was in the trial of a 3-year-old Alexis McLean, who was brutally murdered by her father and stepmother. But last night was different. I came home and hugged all 3 of my babies and broke down. I cried most of the night and really had no control over it. It just overwhelmed me. My daughter tried to read me an essay she wrote for school, and I have to be honest, I heard her voice but not the words. My mind was elsewhere. I cried on the couch. Her son curled up with me and fell asleep. Joey carried him to bed, and I scrolled Facebook and was bombarded with people posting about the case and sharing videos of beautiful Bella and Celeste. I cried some more. You want to know? Where was I? You want to know how hard it is? This is the raw reality. I'm not proud of my weakness, but I acknowledge it fully. I woke up this morning and was immediately snapped back to reality with a little guy throwing up. Mom life never stops. Luckily, Dad is also home, so today is all about recharging with my mom and sister at the salon. I love everyone and I appreciate you more than you know. Say a little prayer for all of us if you get a chance. We could all use it. Rest in peace, Shanann, Bella, Celeste, and baby Nico. Yeah.
I just don't even know what to say. Every time I hear that, I just get more and more disgusted.
It just, it's just disgusting. I mean, not only are they posting about an ongoing investigation
right
a day after they recovered the bodies, but she also basically is thanking the world for, standing by her, by solving this case. And this is the biggest bullshit I've ever heard.
Right. Yeah. It's just, I mean, you have to understand, anyone, I'm sure it's the same where you are, Tanya, but where I'm from, she would be fired by that hitting the Facebook post within an hour. She's fired. Gone. That's it.
Right.
Done. Like, you just, in a role like that, in a case like this, and on social media, no. Just wouldn't happen. Sorry. You would be fired. You would be publicly humiliated by your employer first, and then you would be fired. And they would have you groveling in front of the cameras for your life. So no, it just wouldn't happen.
Right, exactly.
So it's a disgrace, and I just think it shows the level of person that she was. And yeah, I know people love Tommy Lee and think that she cracked this case. I'm sorry, I don't. I have much love for Coder. I think Agent Coder is a legit, gangster. He's, perfect. He's in the most perfect job. He's so calm, so cool and collected, but he actually seems like a really genuinely nice person. And the way he's so respectful, and he doesn't play games. He gets to the point, and he's not, full of himself. And I just think he did a much better job than she did. And I think there was times when you can hear him rein her in, like in Wisconsin, when she goes to tell Chris Watts that the family might have seen the photos from the autopsies, and she alludes to it, and Coder pulls her straight back in and says, "No, Chris, that didn't happen.
Right.
They didn't see them." You know, it's like he has held on to his humanity, you know, and he's just a good dude, really. So I have a lot of time for him. It's not an anti, you know, law enforcement vibe here. It's just, I think she's really unprofessional. I'm sorry, I
Yeah.
do.
Right.
I think it's disgusting. And Canadian Mama saying, didn't it get removed? Yeah, it did. Let's put it this way, it got erased from the face of the earth. That post is gone. There's no trace of it.
No, they deleted it right
Yeah,
after, a few hours
gone.
after.
Yeah, there's nothing. You can't find that online. And it was shared by a lot of people and it's gone.
Right. So in our opinion, at this stage, August the 17th, instead of posting to Facebook how good and nice and quick I solved the case, there were many more witnesses to interview and way more to investigate. So,
Right.
But yeah, like Rogue said, this isn't a witch hunt.
Yeah, right.
Then Chris decides to take the plea. Up until taking the plea and after, Chris Watts never confessed to have killed Bella and Cece. Rourke threatened Watts with potentially going for the death penalty if the case goes to trial. Reportedly, Watts was screaming and crying, not wanting to take the plea agreement. The state of Colorado was already in the process to abolish the death penalty. On death row, inmates are entitled to immediate appeals. Those can take several years, and evidence is to be kept forever. In case an investigation is to be reopened during an appeal. So we see that with the Scott Peterson case at the moment.
Right.
So they
That's a
pull
big
up
one.
all their old evidence because he has an appeal and might get a new trial. However, by pleading guilty to all charges and taking the plea, Watts basically waived the right to immediate appeals. I don't want to say that Rourke likely aimed for that outcome, but after of what we learned digging into this case, he most likely was. So he knew that if the judge is gonna sentence him to death, which could have most likely happened, especially if our kids are involved, but he also knew that he can immediately appeal, and then they have to roll out the whole case again. And this is probably what Rourke was afraid of. So his own bullshit would have come to light, you know?
Right.
So law enforcement knew that Cindy Watts was a strong-willed woman and still is. You can say whatever you want about Cindy Watts, but she is pulling through with what she says.
Right.
And she would have spoken to Watts if she had the chance. This was also the reason they were kept away from him. So nobody had the chance to talk to him and, you know, basically say to him, listen, don't do this. Don't confess to something you didn't do. Go to trial, and so on and so on. And they knew this. That's why, you know, they pressured him into a deal and also didn't give him or his family the chance to see each other or be on the phone to each other. So this is most likely the reason his family was not allowed to see Watts and were not informed about the ongoing investigation in detail other than what Watts had confessed to his father. So keep in mind, they only know what Watts had confessed to Ronnie. And at this state of mind, they're basically during the whole process until the arrest affidavit is released. So they don't know anything what was going on.
And I mean, if we look at it from the point of view that we know from call logs, they weren't being great with communication with the Ruseks. So can you imagine what communication there was with the Watts? I mean, I think there would be little to none. And, you know, if you throw that into the mix just for 2 seconds, guys, for 2 seconds, right? Okay. If you just put yourself in Ronnie Watts' shoes, okay, and know that you really dislike Cindy, so let's use Ronnie as our example. Ronnie Watts goes to the police department with his son. He's just arrived in town, hasn't even dropped his bags off yet. They're still in the Lexus in the car park of the police station. He goes in, sits there for hours by himself out in the waiting room, doesn't know what's going on. and then all of a sudden comes in to hear that his son has strangled his wife to death, but he did it in a fit of rage because she killed the children, is what the story is. You are already predisposed to not particularly liking her. You've already said that you thought her behavior over the past while was crazy, so this is going to be really believable to you. And you leave that room hugging your son, saying, look, son, it's going to be okay. We'll get you some good legal representation. It was a crime of passion. You killed her because she killed the kids. It'll be okay, son. I'll go tell your mother everything that's going on, and, I'll see you tomorrow. And he literally doesn't see him for weeks. And the next thing that man flicks on his TV in the 10 o'clock news, Denver 7 are running that his son has said he's killed everyone.
Right.
And his world must have just imploded.
Yeah.
Like, I don't care who you are, you've got to be a hard-ass person to not say that you feel a little bit sorry for that man. And then to be denied contact with your son. And he's just phoned his wife and said, right, okay, look, I've just been with Chris, and look, it's not good. He's confessed to killing Shanann, but it's because she killed the girls. If you're Cindy Watts, you're going to be pissed off. You're going to think to yourself, right, okay, like, my son's getting fitted up for this here, as they say, in the UK. You're getting done over for something that you didn't do. You can't deny. No matter whether she loved Shanann, hated her, was indifferent about her, she was told by her husband that her son said Shanann killed the babies.
Right.
Like, you're going to believe your son and your husband, and you're going to think, as she rightly did, she's getting railroaded along with her son. So, I don't blame the woman for being a bit pissy, and when she's being interviewed, having her back up. I don't blame her. I'm trying to put myself in her shoes and think how frustrated and how, just utterly at your wit's end you would be. You've lost your grandchildren and you're losing your son.
Right.
And it's really irrelevant whether you liked Shanann or not. That's irrelevant right now. Because even if you did genuinely grieve, no one's going to believe you.
Right.
So, like, even you'd be called a liar, a crocodile tears, if you were on the news crying, wouldn't you? Like, realistically, let's face it, anyone else that this has ever happened to, the mother or father or sister of the killer is always looked at as being falsely upset. So the woman couldn't win. She couldn't win either way. But she was honest.
The public asked, what did she do to raise him to become such a monster? And, and they check your whole life out.
And how must that feel to Jamie Watts? Again, how would you feel? Like, I just have to put myself in her shoes, right? I have a brother, okay, he's my younger brother rather than big brother, but I don't know, I just think to myself, if this happened to my brother, I just, are people saying that, I might be a killer, that I might be crazed or, mentally ill? I'm his sibling. Like, stop, putting me in the same boat, and you're conflicted because you love your brother, but you also love, your husband and your family, and you want to protect them, and you're a mother, so your heart's broken for your two nieces. If you're honestly going to tell me that, Jamie Watts didn't love her two nieces just because she didn't like her sister-in-law, I mean, I'm sorry, you're just being ridiculous.
No.
If you're a mother and you're a normal person, you're going to love those children.
Yeah.
And I just,
how she was, looking forward when Shanann was pregnant with Bella and bought her like little shoes and stuff. So,
right.
I don't think she was in the start. I mean, okay, they might have had arguments and difficulties together, but I don't think that Jamie hated the kids.
No, I don't. I don't for one second. I just think, there's an awful lot of grandparents out there that, as much as they love their grandchildren, their children are still their babies. They're just, it doesn't matter. You love your grandchildren, but you just, you love your babies.
Yeah.
And it's not, you can't turn that off. You can't just say, oh, I don't care about him because he did this, because he's telling you, the only contact you have had via your husband is him telling you that he didn't do this. And quite frankly, I don't believe that there would be any evidence if I was in her shoes that the police could bring to me other than, you know, an actual tape and not that CCTV that we have in this case. But an actual tape of him doing it, that would be the only thing that would make me go, right, okay, you've got my attention. You know, what the hell happened? No, I don't think it exists either. I don't think that woman is in denial to the point where she would continue to publicly speak the way she does about his not innocence, but you know what I mean, like his how shall we say it, you know, involvement. But I don't think she would still be as publicly shouting that if she had seen any kind of evidence that was a slam dunk that he did something.
Right. Okay.
So
that's the plea agreement. I just wanted to give you a quick overview. You can read up on that later on.
Yeah, it's quite a few pages, that one, isn't it?
Put them all up for you to read.
Yeah.
Just the charges explained. And the last part of the plea agreement states that the defendant agrees and the court orders that law enforcement may discard, destroy, or return all items of evidence set forth on the attachment log, that evidence will be released according to law enforcement agency procedures, and the defendant waives any right to further notification before the evidence is released. So that meaning they ticked a few boxes. So the defendant's identification is a disputed issue. They tick no. Law enforcement holds evidence that contains DNA. No, which is a lie.
That is a
because
lie.
they have so many samples of DNA.
Right.
Evidence that has not been tested could be subject to a DNA test. They ticked yes. So if they ticked the box previously that they don't hold any evidence containing DNA, how can they say, yes, we have evidence containing DNA that's not been tested yet?
Right.
So that's a bit contradicting. So this case includes DNA evidence that should be preserved? No. And by signing this, he basically agrees that all the evidence, including DNA samples and all that, is going to be destroyed, which makes it for him impossible to, you know, reopen that case. So basically, Rourke sealed his fate, and Rourke can be sure that his bullshit is never coming to light.
Right. Because they can't ever test. They can't ever test anything after that 1 year. It's all gone. It's in the wind.
And on the bottom part, it just says that all evidence and stuff, basically all items belonging to Chris Watts, will be returned to Ronnie Watts.
Which it hasn't been.
Well, some stuff has, but
but not.
People say, always say, you know, the phone, why don't they give back the phone? I had a murder in my family, and I know for sure that they have to keep certain items for at least 50 years in case new evidence comes up. So, and a phone is data evidence, so they have to keep it. You know, you can have the wallet,
my sort of
wallet and stuff, but not the phone.
My thing with that was always Wisconsin, because you know they actually bring it up, that in the conversation when they come back after lunch, one of them says to Bamhover, I think it was Coder, says to Bamhover, oh, you know, we just talked to your dad over lunch there. And he's like, oh, right. And Detective Bamhover then takes over the conversation and says, yeah, you know, we were just talking about like, the house, blah, blah. And he's like, I told him that I'm going to get him your phone. And he says, right, okay. And he goes, it's just there's a bit of red tape tying that up, you know, but, you know, I'll get him your phone. And you're like, okay. So I just think that's a bit like, why was he saying he could have it in February of 19 and then all of a sudden he can't have it?
That was in my case the same thing.
Yeah.
So the investigating detective sent me an email because I sent him an email saying I want my family member's stuff back. So my uncle's, bracelets and stuff he wore.
Right.
And my aunt's phone and her wallet, it's just to keep it. It's nothing worth, but just to keep it, And he said, yeah, he's going to check back with a sergeant. And then he came back to me. I think I posted that email in the group because so many people were saying, they have to give out the phone. No, they don't.
Right.
So it is kept in the evidence room and sealed and saved. So no, if they don't want to give it out, they don't give it out. And you can, go in front of the police station or drive your car through their door. They don't care. They don't give it to you. And
right.
Story. So no.
Right.
So Chris Watts is definitely where he belongs. Definitely, because he knows. But they should take a second look at certain people. That's my opinion.
Right. Yeah.
And I think it's just how it works, they have their man and everything else doesn't matter anymore. You see that on so many cases where jailmates say, yeah, I'm gonna be a witness for the prosecution because then I get a lesser sentence,
Right.
or where people turn other people in just because they were there and they say, yeah, I was there. And, you see that with the Patrick Frazee case and the, Kelsey Barrett, or what's her name? They all take, I'm not saying NK did take a plea agreement or anything, but this is just how it works. She
Right.
Watts was more important to them than NK was. As
Of
sad
course.
as it sounds, but it's just the way it goes. It's
Yeah,
normal.
there's quite a lot of the time that smaller fish will survive this time and get thrown back in the pond before the bigger fish are going to fry.
Oh yeah,
And
definitely.
it's
And
very much
they pleased the public. They had their guy. They put out wrong information. Said from the start, he confessed to killing all three, which is basically the public they form their opinion on you, and you can't get that out of the head. So
No.
even if they would have said afterwards, there's no evidence that he killed them, but we denied all the motions he filed. We denied him having an expert present at the autopsy who takes
Yeah.
fingerprints of the girls' necks. They denied him everything. But normally, people who are not like into true crime that much, they just read or listen to what's been said on the media, and that's it. But they don't go into depth,
right.
on
And I
cases.
mean, it's really important to realize, you're talking here. He was taken in, around 11 o'clock on Wednesday evening, and you've
Right.
got all day Wednesday evening throughout the night cycle, all day Thursday news cycles over and over. Then you've got all day Friday news cycles, along with worldwide coverage that was beamed to homes all over the world of the vigil. And, I remember that coming here on the mainstream media and was flooded with the vigil.
Right.
Then you've got an entire weekend news cycle of Saturday, Sunday news, right through until lunchtime on Monday, before it was
Right.
eventually the record was set straight.
Yeah, that was purposely done to.
Yeah, you're not going to unring that bell. It's like when a judge tells a jury to, disregard that last 20 minutes of testimony you just heard. Guys, fine rightly that that's it. That's in their heads now. You can't unring that bell.
Definitely.
You can't walk it back. So they were never undoing 5 days worth of news coverage. Never. They put him who would already be on the back foot as a defendant, but they put him ridiculously far behind the mark as far as ever having any sort of shot at a fair jury pool.
Right.
They diluted that pool beyond belief when they did what they did.
I mean,
And
as long as the public the people are not saying, listen, you got to reopen this, and put certain pressure on Rourke, people will just ignore you,
Yeah. But the thing is too, you've got to realize, like, see the people saying, oh, how do we know it was law enforcement? Well, not only did the media double down, so the channels who ran, namely Denver 7, and their lead anchor, Jace, he ran with the story, and he said that there was 2 separate law enforcement connections, that they were having sources feeding them information that were from within inside the investigation. So that is CBI, FBI, or Frederick PD. That's who you're talking about. Okay, so somebody that's right in the middle of the investigation. Now, Tanya and I have been fed various names, but for sure there's someone within Frederick Police Department and inside the motions that were made by Watts's team, who I have to say, Megan, who was on the team, did an amazing job with some of the motions. She really was a rock star, and she put together some really great motions. But I have to say, they showed their attachments and their evidence, which isn't actually in the Colorado Judicial website. It's not available. You can't click on the attachments, but they're there listed, that here's evidence of this person saying that they leaked it, and here's evidence of this person leaking it, and here's the person who leaked it from Frederick PD supposedly asked for anonymity.
Right.
Right. You didn't afford that. You didn't afford the luxury of, anonymity to anyone else that you blew up when you leaked everything. Exactly. So, and Weld County didn't give anonymity to half the people in the discovery that should have been redacted.
Right.
So, that one is a bit of a joke, but yeah, there's loads of stuff in the motions that is evidence that they had evidence that these people were coming forward and saying, oh yeah, I did actually say something, but I didn't realize that I was saying something when I said it. It was very much these nonsensical answers.
And they should know. I mean, they're law enforcement,
Of course.
Just be quiet and shut your mouth.
Exactly.
Honestly.
And
I mean, here law enforcement, they're not even allowed to talk to their family about cases. So it just blows me away that friggin' Tammy Lee's husband posting 2 days after how great she is and how quickly they solved the case, if it wasn't even solved. I mean, they didn't even, do an investigation into certain people or the house or whatever. So, and because some people say if it wasn't for Tammy Lee, he would have never confessed. Well, I just can say, read also the reports Tammy Lee put in the discovery, because there are way more reports on what actually was recorded in the interview and released on in the interrogation room. So, for example, it states that they talked about loads of cases where Tammy Lee worked on. Not only did she say to him, yeah, did Shanann do something to the kids and put that in his head, but she also told him that there were cases of mothers killing their children because they wouldn't want to share custody, and all kinds of cases. So you can't really say that this was the only thing she said to him that stuck in his head and this is why he confessed.
Right.
So you have to take into consideration the other cases they were talking about. So I just,
there's no doubt he was triggered when she said about the mother who killed her children. He went absolutely mental.
Yeah, he said, why would somebody do this? And, yeah. So just to give you a tip, really take the time and read the discovery, especially the pre-interview of the polygraph test, because this was, you cannot really understand what's been said. And there's way more in the reports they actually write down than what you hear on body cam or on YouTube or whatever.
Yeah. And to give you an idea, in the motions, one of the motions, basically what happened was Watts said right away on the Thursday morning, his defence team said, right, listen, we're going to seal this. We want to unseal the affidavit so we know what we're dealing with, and we're going to say that we don't want cameras in the court and we want limited press coverage.
Media coverage.
Yeah, limited media. And the court just came back and were like, no. We don't mind. We don't mind. The state said we don't mind if there's cameras in, as long as they're not getting really up close of the jury or really up close of us when we're discussing things between counsel.
Right.
Like we've got no problem with it. And then once the stuff started leaking and Watts's attorneys input in the motion, they wanted the court to rule that an investigation needed to take place into the agencies who were leaking. And do you know what the court came back and said there's no evidence of a violation. And the Watts attorney went back and was quite sassy about it, actually, and wrote a really great motion. And one of the arguments that Rourke put forward was that there's thousands of employees that would need to be interviewed in an investigation, hundreds and hundreds of hours of tape would need to be listened to, and blah, 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 and thousands of pages of notes. And actually, she came back and she said, sorry, there's 21 officers based in the town of Frederick population. So I really think that's going to be overly burdensome. And I think really you should get it together and do this investigation, because quite clearly we've proved there's a leak.
Yeah, but this again shows a cover-up from, an attempted cover-up from Rourke.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. He was interfering right in everything. I have no doubt he called Tammy Lee and said, get that thing off Facebook now. Like, I have no doubt in my mind.
Yeah.
I don't think he would be too impressed with that. But I have to say, I mean,
if I remember right, I think people started to comment on it, and that's why he took it down.
Right. Well, it's not good, but some of the responses that they came back with, representing Chris Watts, they were pretty great. Like, they came back and they really should have won. I mean, the court was very much so in even basic motions, seemingly biased towards the state. There's no doubt about it. I mean, there was motions that should have went his way, as really without even a discussion, and they just didn't, and they don't even provide reason, and then the ones that they do provide reason are just stupid. So they seem to be just shooting him down left, right, and center without really any kind of reasoning for it.
Yeah,
so
that's also the reason why Rourke was not interested in NK at all.
No,
he was just focusing on him.
NK would complicate the case. He didn't need a complicated case. He did something nice and simple. Daddy lost the plot, found, a sexy girlfriend and killed mommy and the babies. And that's
your motive.
Yeah, that's it. That's literally it. So
yeah. Okay, then if you guys are still awake, let's move on to our friend Lauren, the best friend forever. And ever and
BFFs. So let me just get Lauren lined up for you guys.
I'm gonna go into hiding before she sends me messages again.
Who, Lauren?
Yeah.
Lovely Lauren. It's not that we don't have anything against Lauren. We're just saying we're just saying that there's some things about what is kind of said that just don't make sense.
Yeah.
So really, that's it.
But to be fair, she deleted her comments after that. I was about to ask her why she was being so aggressive towards me and why she's calling me names and stuff. So I was, basically not a violent person, and I hate arguments. But
not a violent person.
I didn't get the chance to reply to her comments, calling me a loser and whatever else she called me. But yeah, she deleted it.
That's not good. I'm just queuing this up here 1 little second. I don't want you guys to really get stuck listening to the whole thing. So I'm just going to minute markers, if that makes sense. So basically, I'm gonna start playing it here for you. Hold on. This video comes from Unjustified's channel. So thanks to Unjustified for this. Let me just skip over her intro.
I love her intro.
Looking through her picture. Oh, I'm just going to skip over this. Like this lady's just talking about how, you know, she's giving her an intro.
Today is Thursday, September 6th, 2018. At approximately 9:46 a.m. is an interview with Lauren Arnold in reference to her friendship with Shanann Watts. So let me make sure I got your name spelled right. Is it Lauren?
I just paused it there, guys. I cut it off his name. So this is Agent Zentner of the CBI. And if you didn't catch the date there, this is way forward in September 6th, 2018. So we're talking, you know, a couple of weeks after everything that's happened. And everyone else who had anything to do with Chris in that week had already been interviewed back on the 14th and 15th of August. Had to think there, went blank. So yeah, everybody was interviewed. So that was the Thayers, the Lindstroms, Mr. Colon, and everybody who saw Chris, and obviously NA, was interviewed, but not Lauren. So start off, it's just doing a wee introduction. I might actually skip over that because they're just confirming her name and her age and her address. So 1 wee second.
Hey.
Somewhere around our freshman year.
Okay. So that was 99 when you met her?
Mm-hmm.
So they moved there?
I think so. I don't know exactly when they moved to North Carolina, but I know I met her our freshman year, which was in 99.
Okay. And were you guys fast friends?
Yeah, I mean, we stayed really good friends all throughout high school, so for the whole 4 years. And then after we left, we lost contact for a year or so. And then we met up again when she lived in Charlotte. And we stayed in close contact ever since then.
Okay.
And then we both happened to move out here. So
just coincidentally?
They moved out here first.
Okay. When you say they, who's referring to?
Her and Chris.
Okay.
They moved out here, I think it was around 5-ish years ago. And then my ex-husband and I moved out here a year afterwards. He's in the military, so we got stationed out here conveniently.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So obviously you met Chris.
Yes.
So tell me about the first time you met Chris. Do you remember?
Yes, my ex-husband and I went over there for dinner. It was like right when we moved here, so it was 4.5 years ago.
Yeah. So we're talking like 2013. Does that sound about right?
Yeah. Trying to think when I moved here. Yeah. I think it was either 2013, 2014. No, 2014.
2014. Okay.
Yeah. We moved here in August of 2014. So we went over there within like a month or so of us moving here.
Okay. So is that their house in Frederick?
Yes.
Okay. For dinner, you said?
Yep.
Okay. And anything, that was the first time you met Chris? Mm-hmm. Okay. Did you go to their wedding?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, we were, I think I was in California at that time, so I couldn't go.
Okay. All right. So what was your first impression of Chris?
He was really nice. He was quiet, but he got along with my ex-husband really well. You know, sometimes husbands are weird with other husbands,
yeah,
but they seemed to get along pretty well. Mm-hmm. He seemed attentive and nice.
Okay. Nothing unusual, nothing that struck you as out of the ordinary, anything like that?
No.
Okay.
Come on, Zentner.
I know he's very
In
slow.
pretty constant contact with Shanann
Yes.
before that, so pretty much from early 2000s to the time that they moved out here.
Yeah. I mean, I talked to her, like, we did wedding planning over the phone. I mean, I've been talking to her pretty much the whole time.
Okay. Do you guys have any much interaction with them over the next few years?
Within the last, like...
Yeah, within the last, ever since this first meeting with Chris.
Oh, yeah. I saw her more than him, but we pretty frequently would go over there for dinner, or they would have gatherings and stuff all the time. So, I was over there pretty frequently.
Okay. If you had to estimate, how many times have you been to their house?
I would say at least once a month for the last 4 years.
Okay, so a lot.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm just going to pause it there for a second and give you a bit of running commentary. But these things already stand out to me. So your besties from 1999. So basically 20 years. Well, at the time of her death, it would be like 19 years. But you don't attend her wedding, which I know you're telling me you're in California, and things happen and whatever. But to me, that's like a huge thing for a bestie. And then on top of that, you've got her saying, okay, we're over there all the time. So, guys, make a note of this. We're over there all the time. See each other at least once a month, but more often than that, usually over the last 4 years. We talk multiple times a week. And, we're over there for dinners, holidays, social occasions. And they're basically saying, anything social, they're there, okay? But then some of the rest of the conversation doesn't really make sense if that's the case. So we'll move on from here, and we'll listen to Lauren giving us a bit of a rundown about Thrive.
Yeah, and I talk to her pretty frequently. I mean, multiple times a week.
Okay.
So
would you consider you guys pretty good friends?
Yeah.
Did she ever talk to you about Thrive or anything like that?
Yeah, that was definitely her business and her motivation for everything. I did it for a little while. It wasn't really my thing, but
I guess I'm not really familiar with that. Can you kind of
it's like a nutrition lifestyle. So you have these like shakes that you drink every day, and these tablets that you take, and then these patches that you wear. And the patches are supposed to be full of vitamins, and I don't know, it was expensive to me, so I didn't stick with it. But she seemed to, I could see where it was beneficial with her, because she has lupus, so she was always on like her medications, and she was sick for a while, but this seemed to kind of help her, mentally and physically.
Did you see a difference in her?
Oh yeah, she had a lot more energy, and she wasn't as like sick and down, I guess you could say.
Okay. All right. Was that more of a function of a cleaner lifestyle? Or
Listen to what Lauren says here, guys.
Thrive product.
I think it was both. It's kind of like when you work out, you want to eat better. I think it kind of went hand in hand.
Okay, guys, did you catch that? I think when you work out, you just want to eat better. It kind of goes hand in hand. That's in response to him asking, do you think it was Thrive that made her feel better with lupus? Or do you think it was just, generally eating cleaner? But it's documented by everyone that kind of knew this person well, that she did not work out. Like Chris Watts laughed at that. She hated with a passion, which you saw in her text to her friends, Chris working out. And she did not join him on runs or exercise of any shape or form. In fact, he was trying to encourage her to join him in running, and she was having none of it. So this whole, yeah, your life is going to get better, and it's kind of a combination of Thrive and the fact that she was working out. What is Lauren Arnold talking about? What is she talking about? This woman is known to hate working out. What are you talking about? So was it a case of Lauren genuinely thought that she's buying into what Shanann is selling on Facebook, that she goes and works out? But then sure, if you're talking to her several times a week and you're seeing her, you would know whether your bestie's working out or whether she's kind of pulling the wool over these people's eyes just to sell Thrive. So it just always raised the question to me. I just kind of thought that was a bit of a strange comment to make.
And do you know, was Chris using that?
Yes.
Okay. She had him on that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think she had everybody on it.
It's kind of the impression I'm getting.
Yeah.
So if you were in contact with her, you were
Yeah.
part of it.
I mean, I gave it a shot.
Yeah.
I liked it. I just.
So he already knew all about Thrive. He was just wasting time with Arnold.
Couldn't devote myself to it. So.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure it's one of the things you gotta really commit to.
Yeah, you do.
During any of the times you were over at their house or had interactions with them, did you ever notice any tensions between them? Did they act weird toward each other? Anything like that? Did you ever notice?
No. No. They were kind of that strive to be couple. They seem to be very equal in the way they do things. Like she would cook dinner, he would clean up. She would feed the kids, he would help get them ready for bed. I mean, it just seemed to be a very working relationship. They communicated really well with each other as far as I could see. They were affectionate with each other. So.
Okay. Did you ever see any change in the level of affection?
Kind of, yes. I don't know exactly when. What month is this? September. It's somewhere in the last 6-ish months. He was a little more standoffish. So whenever I would go over there, usually, he would be a little more interactive with us, I guess. And then the last, 6 months or so, he would kind of just stay to himself. He would come in from work and go upstairs and just kind of distance himself.
Okay. And that was definitely different than what you're used to.
Yeah, because normally he was always around, because we were always hanging out in the kitchen or in the living room with the kids or something like that. He was always there interacting with all of us. But I would say at least in the last 6 months or so, he was kind of more isolated to himself.
Okay.
So if you listen to that, what she's saying there, she's saying on one hand, Chris Watts is this really good communicator. He has this great relationship with his wife. They communicate really well and they have a great relationship, and they, talk about a lot of stuff together, and they really, are great in that sense. And then she also says that every time she's over, he used to come downstairs and be in the living room and playing with the kids and really interacting with all of us, is what she said. But then later on, she goes on to say that, Chris doesn't usually speak or say very much as a general rule. Well, that's not what you've just said. You've literally just said how he would come and interact with you guys, anybody that was over in the home, and how he was great at communicating with his wife. So, you'll hear that as we go on. She describes him as, she can't really say if there's a difference in his behavior because he's always really quiet. But again, that's just another contradiction.
So let's say, if this hadn't happened, would that have caught your attention?
I mean, it did catch my attention, but I've been married before, so, it could have been, and I knew that they were having some issues, but nothing that would warrant any, a worry or anything.
Okay. Can you define issues for me?
His mom was kind of a problem. They were
His
arguing.
mom was?
Yes, they were arguing a lot about his mom.
What was that about,
It's kind of like the disrespect she had towards Shanann.
Okay.
And then her behavior towards Cece and her allergies and the way Shanann would parent, and she essentially was one of those, like, I feel like she's making stuff up kind of people, and so she was trying to prove Shanann wrong. And so there was just a lot of conflict between, obviously because it's Chris's mom and then Shannon's mother-in-law, but there's kind of a disconnect there.
Do you remember any specific incident you could give me where this disrespect would come into play?
It's kind of, she's talked about it for the last few years.
Shanann has.
Yeah. His mom didn't go to the wedding, which was kind of an issue for Shanann, and then there's just always a resistance with the two of them. She didn't like talking to her on the phone because she felt like she was always being condescending towards her, and there's just a lot of conflict there.
He's very
Sounds
slow.
like that probably started early on in their relationship.
Right.
She doesn't show up for their wedding.
Yeah.
That's pretty heavy duty there.
Yeah.
Okay. Did Shanann ever say if that really bothered her?
It bothered her, but I think she kind of knew how she was going into the relationship. So I think she thought it was going to get better, but I don't really think it ever did.
Any other issues that you're aware of between Chris and Shanann?
The finances were obviously an issue. I think she downplayed them a little bit, but it wasn't. I knew they had filed for bankruptcy a couple years ago, but she kind of presented it like, oh, well, it's going to help us, in the long run. And it was, she worked really hard. So at one time, she did have 2 or 3 jobs at a time. So she was doing what she could to help provide for her family. But she never seemed like stressed out about the finances. She just mentioned that, they got behind on things and, they argued about it sometimes.
So just to stop there for 2 seconds, what I noticed was this is her bestie. You've been mates for years, and she can't give any more than one example of Cindy not going to the wedding. Now, if that was my bestie, I could probably give you 100 examples of when my mother-in-law would have peeved me off if I was Shanann. If that's your best friend, you're going to have vented to her about everything. Every time Cindy's going to have annoyed you, you're going to have told her. You would think, wouldn't you? And she can only give one example in 8 years of marriage that Shanann's told her, which was her not coming to the wedding, which was kind of public knowledge by that point. So she can't give any other examples. Just seems a bit strange,
Right.
Was Chris a spender? Was Shanann a spender? Did they both just let it loose? Or do you know how the dynamics of that?
I'm not really sure about his spending. Hers seemed to be, it wasn't anything excessive. I know that once they had kids, she obviously wouldn't shop for herself the way she used to. They had really nice things. They pretty much had everything that you could imagine you would need in a household. It kind of seemed equal on things. She would buy furniture and he would buy like a new lawnmower or something. So it seemed pretty equal.
Okay. All right. But that was a source of tension at some point there. Like you mentioned that they had arguments about money.
Yeah, I'm not really sure the exact nature of the financial issues. I just know I had mentioned my own, and she was like, yeah, no, I understand. We're filing for bankruptcy. So it was kind of she didn't go into too much detail about it, but she did mention that there were some issues going on.
Anything else that you can think of that would be classified as issues, relationship issues?
Not really. I know their communication started getting a little bit, I guess, lackluster in the last few months, because she was always in contact with him. So whenever she went anywhere, he always knew, I guess, like where she was. And they were on the phone a lot, especially if she was out of town or something. But he cut conversations short a couple times. I think it just kind of goes back to like him being distant of sorts.
So did she travel much with the Thrive business?
Yeah, they traveled a lot.
Okay.
They had a lot of trips, and I say they because most of the time he went with her.
Okay.
So it was kind of rare that she would go somewhere without him. Unless it was, I guess, like the Scottsdale trip where it was just like a real quick weekend thing. But most of the time, whenever she went anywhere traveling wise, he went with her. Because it was kind of, they were in the business together.
Okay. And were all those trips for business? Any of those pleasure?
Yes and yes.
Okay.
I guess with Thrive, you earn the trips, so they are pleasure trips, but I'm assuming there's conferences and stuff that go along with it, so I think they're kind of both.
Okay. And my understanding is that she actually had a car that was being paid for through the Thrive. Is it Lavelle or Thrive?
It's the same thing.
Same thing.
Lavelle owns Thrive.
Okay.
Thrive is like the nutrition steps thing. It's the brand, I guess, and then the company is called Lavelle.
Okay. All right. Wasn't sure how that worked.
Yeah, it was one of the levels that she got to. Like you get to this bonus of sorts, and then they send you, I guess, like the amount of money of a car payment or something, and then that's how you pay for your car.
Yeah. Okay. I assume she's got a lot of people like working for her, I guess would be the way to put it.
Yeah. It's one of it's like I don't want to say a pyramid scheme because that's not a nice word, but it's
so I've heard it
multi-level
compared to like Mary Kay.
Yes.
Okay.
Like you
Cover your
and then
ears,
you get
Thrive people.
underneath you, and then they get people underneath them, and then it all kind of trickles back to you.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Back to the short conversations in the last 6 months or so. Did Shanann ever talk to you about those? Or about the fact that the conversations were getting short?
It's something I've noticed, or something I noticed. it would mainly come up, she was never really like, hey, I'm having an issue. It was me talking about, one of my situations, and then she would kind of come in and be like, yeah, we're going through that too. So, I noticed that, he would call or she would call him and he wouldn't answer, or he would be real quick on the phone. And you can just tell she was getting frustrated. Like she would call and ask a question like about dinner or something, and then a few seconds later she'd be off the phone. And you can see that it was just one of those like, what the hell kind of things. And then like he would come home and, like I said, he would come in, say hi to the kids, say hi real quick, and then like go upstairs. Whereas before he would come in, hang out for a little while, talk to her, go upstairs and like clean up, and then come back down. But that all kind of, the behavior kind of changed a little bit.
Started changing. And that's in the 6-month time frame.
Yeah.
Did you ever go with her on any of these business trips?
Yeah.
When was the last time you actually saw Shanann in person?
Now it's
about a week
Yeah.
before they went to North Carolina.
Okay, so it'd been, end of June?
Yes.
Is that right?
I think so. I can't remember. I just know she was trying to get her packing list and everything ready for the trip.
Okay.
So I know it was right before then.
Where did you see her?
At her house.
Okay. And how did she seem at that point?
She was good. I brought my kids over there to play with her kids. It was just kind of something we did. She was, like I said, she was getting all of their stuff ready. She was asking me when I was coming back to Thrive again. She was asking about my parents. She was asking about the baby. Because she said she told me she was going to be finding out what she was having while she was gone. And I was like, well, I'm having a boy, so you have to have a boy. And we kind of just talked about like pregnancy stuff, and she seems normal.
Okay, so she knew at that point that she was pregnant.
Yes.
How far along was she? Did she know?
I don't remember. I have no idea.
Okay. All right. How did she seem about that?
She was good. She was excited. She was happy. She was with the first two. So.
Okay. Did she ever?
So guys, I'm just going to stop it there for a second. So I think that part's really, really interesting. There was an awful lot that was just kind of background information, and I didn't want to cut it out, but it kind of sets up their relationship and their how they know each other. But I just think it's really interesting that Shanann has now been home for almost a week before she went off again to Arizona, and she hasn't seen her bestie in 5 weeks, and there's no effort made whatsoever to meet up with Lauren. And she's also meeting up with her the week before she goes to North Carolina and is telling Lauren that she's going to find out the sex of the baby when they're in North Carolina, which makes no sense on her pregnancy timeline, because the absolute minimum age she could find out she wasn't going to be until she was back in Colorado. So it doesn't make any sense that she would tell her that she's going to find out what she's having when she's away. It just doesn't make sense. And we know that obviously that didn't happen. Also, she didn't find out when she was away. So yeah, it just didn't make any sense at all to me. So I just thought that was a bit strange. And then your bestie is, pregnant, Lauren's pregnant first, and she's saying to her best friend, I want you to be pregnant too. Let's be pregnant together. This will be brilliant. Which happens to a lot of women. What's better than your best friend being pregnant at the same time, and your kids can grow up together and you can be pregnant together and, be off on maternity leave together. And she's buzzing for this. And then when she finds out Shanann is pregnant, you're telling me that a pregnant woman can't tell you when her pregnant best friend how pregnant she is? Come on. The first thing you would ask would be, when are you due? Oh my God, when am I due? We're so many weeks apart. Our kids are going to be so many weeks apart in age. It would be the first thing that would come to your mind. And she says they talk about, oh, well, you're having a boy, so you have to have a boy. And I get that. That sounds like normal, natural conversation. But for you to not know how pregnant your bestie is, that's just bizarre. And the way she just says, oh, I really don't know, I just find very dismissive. I mean, this is your bestie who's pregnant, and well, now she's passed at the time of this interview, and it's sad, and it's the most probably horrible thing that's ever happened to you in your life. And, you're really upset about it, but you just are like, oh, I don't know how pregnant she was. I just find her a bit bizarre when it comes to discussing that. It's as if she doesn't want to give a timeline for her friend's pregnancy. It's weird. She's either really disinterested or she's lying. But we'll move on to the next bit anyway.
Anything about how Chris felt about it? Anything like that?
Yeah, well, when she called and told me that, because when I got pregnant, I joked around and I was like, well, it's time for you to have one. And she was like, yeah, I know, that's what Chris keeps saying. So I know they had discussed having another baby. Cece she was a handful, so Shanann wasn't sure. And then, once I got pregnant and I was like, it's time for you to have a third one, she was like, I know, we're talking about it. And then she calls me all excited, tells me she's pregnant. And so, I was excited.
Right.
She seemed pretty excited too.
But Chris was actually talking about having a third child.
Yes, because he wanted a boy. So that was his thing.
Mm-hmm.
And Tanya, that's something that you read in the Discovery recently that is very disputed.
Yes. Yeah. So what was stated in the Discovery is that they were talking about having another child, and Shanann was all over it, and Chris was 80-20, not decided on it. But then Shanann got pregnant, and then Chris learned that Shanann told her friends that she actually did not really want this child, and she's only 70-30, so 30% sure she wants it and 70% unsure, and that Chris was the one pressuring her into having another child. And Chris states he doesn't know why she would say such a thing. So
right. So he's totally opposite story than what Shanann's saying to people.
Right.
Right. We'll play the next wee bit.
Okay, he even joked around. He was like, if we keep having girls, we'll just keep going until we have a boy.
Why was Cece such a handful? She just an energetic kid, or what?
Yeah, I think because Bella she was really calm, really quiet, and Cece was not by any means. She's a hyper kid. My middle child, or I guess my now middle child, she's the same way. They say your first ones are supposed to be easier, but yeah, she was fast and just all over the place.
Yeah, that's middle kids tend to be that way.
Yeah, it's like they're predestined and they just know.
Right. It's interesting. Okay, so when she goes to North Carolina, do you have contact with her while she's there?
Yeah, we're from the same hometown, so I kind of kept in touch to like, you know, who have you seen, where have you gone, you know, how's your family, and go say hi to my mom type stuff.
Okay. Is this all text messages, phone calls, Facebook Messenger?
All three, yeah.
Okay.
We kind of communicate in all realms.
Okay. And does she say anything to you about how things are going in North Carolina? I assume you knew that Chris didn't go with her initially.
Yeah, I knew he was coming.
Okay. Was there, did she ever talk about her reasoning?
I think he had to work.
Okay.
Because they had planned this trip for a while, and because Cece's birthday party and everything was kind of falling in that time, so she wanted to have enough time to spend with family and see everybody and, you know, plan a party and everything. So I knew Chris was coming, but I knew he wasn't going to be there the whole time.
Okay. And that's just because he had to work.
Right. Yeah, there's no way he could have taken 6 weeks off.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
That's a long time.
Yeah.
So guys, just to pick up on that part, I mean, she's saying there they had contact all throughout her time in North Carolina and her 5-week trip. They had text, calls, and Facebook messages with each other. And as far as Lauren was concerned, there was no mention of any issues with Chris. So there was nothing. There was no mention of anything so far. So I'm just going to continue on, but just keep in mind what she's just said. So they have constant contact throughout the North Carolina trip. Okay.
Did she ever talk about any issues that had occurred in North Carolina while she was there?
But like with her and Chris, or just in general?
But let's start with her and Chris. Any issues that she mentioned or anything like that? Okay. She ever say anything, you know, hey, the conversations are still short, or, you know, or not talking or anything like that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What about in general?
I know she had a couple of issues with her mother-in-law. There was, and it revolved around Cece and her allergies. Her mother-in-law she had another grandchild over there, and like Shanann had asked her, you know, make sure that you don't have this list of things. You can't have this in the house, because she just recently found out how severe this allergy was, and she had found out that the other grandchild had this ice cream that had nuts in it, and her mother-in-law basically told her, well, you can't give her everything she wants. She's not the only kid here. And she's like, it's not a favoritism thing, it's a health and safety thing. And it just kind of escalated from there. I know she had mentioned something about someone trying to give Cece, you know, a peanut to see if the allergy was real or not. I don't know if they actually gave it to her or...
Okay, so I'm just going to stop it there. Okay, so again, to recap quickly, she's saying there was no mention of any issues with CW from Shanann in the entire time they communicated in North Carolina. So this is your bestie, and you're not telling her any of the stuff that you are having these constant text messages with other people who were your Thrive friends, but you're not telling your best friend that you're having issues, like to the point where, you know, you're physically unwell and you're mentally drained and you're just feeling awful, but you're not telling her any of this. You know, this is your best friend. Why are you not telling her any of this? But yet she does know about Knockgate. So, you know, was that a case of Lauren just saw that on Facebook like the rest of the world when it was posted up there? Or did Shanann actually tell her about it? And then Lauren goes on to mention this thing about feeding peanuts. I mean, Cece wasn't allergic to peanuts. It's in the discovery that Cece was allergic to tree nuts. And peanuts are not a tree nut allergy. And Chris is very, very clear about it in the discovery when he says that they had never, ever had or witnessed any kind of reaction where they had to deploy any kind of medical aid to Cece. And she had accidentally eaten things before that she wasn't supposed to, and the worst she had was a rash on her lips. There was nothing. There was no allergic reactions previously. And he was saying as well that, you know, they were starting to try and do the thing where the specialists introduce the allergens to see if you're getting better.
Right.
So I just find that really weird that it's stated really clearly that her allergy was to tree nuts, but everyone's mentioning peanuts, and peanuts were not one of her allergens, according to the discovery. I just think that's really bizarre. But also, I just think it's strange that, you know, as I say, your bestie doesn't know anything about all these problems that you're having, and even problems with your pregnancy that you're having in North Carolina, but she knows about Nutgate.
But her mom also didn't know about any of this.
No.
Sadly.
But Shanann herself said in texts in those few weeks to her friends something along the lines of, because I'm here saying with family, I can't let on what's happening. I have to keep it up and pretend that it's just the pregnancy that's making me sad and emotional. So, you know, she's even saying, like, I'm not being legit and upfront with my family, who we're being sold the narrative that they're the closest bunch ever and they talk to each other every day and they know each other inside out and they don't keep secrets. And, you know, so you've got her bestie here who, well, is self-proclaimed bestie, you know, doesn't know what's going on. And then you've got her family doesn't know what's going on. But then these random Thrive people seem to know the inner workings of her marriage. I just think that's a bit bizarre of who you choose to tell what to, you know. So we're going to go on to the next bit anyway, but keep in mind she's just said, as I said, that she's been in communication constantly via text, calls and Facebook messages throughout North Carolina.
What happened when it was this huge ordeal. And so she felt that it would be better if the kids didn't go over to see his mom without being supervised, because she clearly can't be trusted with the safety of Cece and her allergies. So I know that was kind of the only thing that she had talked to me about, because she was pretty stressed out about it, naturally.
Yeah, no, it's understandable. So that caused quite a bit of consternation.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Anything else in general that you remember?
Mm-hmm. No.
What about when Chris actually went to North Carolina? And I think that was about the first part of August.
Yeah, I didn't really talk to her a whole lot. Actually, I don't even think I talked to her at all that week.
Is there a reason for that, or just because?
Yeah, I went into preterm labor.
Oh.
So I was in the hospital for about a week or so. She reached out and texted me just to make sure I was okay. But other than that, like, we didn't really have in-depth conversations. And then it was my daughter's birthday and my mom was here. So it was just kind of, we didn't really talk a whole lot in that time period.
Okay.
I actually didn't talk to her until the Saturday before she went missing.
Okay.
So did you catch that, guys? So she's just said that she didn't speak to her at all until the Saturday before she went missing. So she was home and all from North Carolina, but they didn't speak all week. And they only spoke on that Saturday when Shanann was in Arizona, which she's then going to talk about. So, you know, Chris was out there. Remember, he got there and then the week intensified when he arrived, and it was really intense and horrible for Shanann. And, you know, she was really, really stressed. She was stressed to the max and having the most awful week with him there and the behavior that he was displaying towards her. And she's physically not well, but Lauren knows nothing about this. You know, I just think that's a bit strange. You know, you're her bestie, why is she not reaching out to you to say, hey, look, you know, the way Chris was being really quiet and stuff, like it's got worse, you know. And as well, she's your bestie that's pregnant as well. You know, if you're having pregnancy problems and you're kind of thinking, oh, she's pregnant too, like I'm going to reach out to the other pregnant person in my life. I don't know, maybe that's thinking too much into it, but I just know what I would do if I was pregnant. So I just find that a bit strange. So we'll listen on to Lauren.
And was that a phone call when you talked
Yes.
her? Okay. Make a note of that. We'll come back to her. Did you see any of her Facebook posts during that first week of August while she was in North Carolina with Chris?
Yeah.
Is anything unusual striking about those? Different?
No, I saw they were at the beach, and I saw. That's really all I remember is actually them being at the beach. Because I didn't know when he got there, but then like I had seen the pictures and stuff, and I saw that he was there, and I was like, oh, good, Chris got there, and then that was kind of it.
Okay. And I think that she came back with the kids on the 7th. Does that sound right?
Yeah, it was something like that.
Okay.
Because then she left like a few days later.
Okay. Is that when she went to Arizona for the, I guess, Thrive conference?
Yeah.
Okay. It was just a weekend thing, right?
Yep. I believe she left like that Friday and then came back.
Okay.
Sunday night, Monday morning.
Do you know who she went to Arizona with?
The same group of people that I think she normally goes with. I know Nicole was there. I know there's a couple of other girls that were there too.
Listen to this, guys.
I know Amanda was there, and I'm pretty sure Cassandra was there too.
Nicole, do you know Nicole?
Mm-hmm.
Is that Nicole Atkinson? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Who's Amanda?
Amanda Thayer.
Okay.
So I'm just going to stop that there. So Lauren has just told the agent that Amanda Thayer was on the Thrive trip to Arizona, but Amanda Thayer wasn't on the Thrive trip. And she, in the meantime, when we move forward, will hear that she has communication with Amanda. And you would imagine that when she sees Amanda on Monday and speaks to her throughout the week, she would have said, you know, Amanda, what was she like at the weekend? You know, how was she? Like, what was happening? You know, tell me, you know, what way she was. How was she mentally? Like, what was she saying? Was there anything? No. So she is in Amanda's company on Monday, the first day that Shanann's missing. And she doesn't ask Amanda or refer to Amanda in any way, you know, how was she at the weekend? Like, how was she when you saw her? You know, she says, you'll hear, oh, I quizzed Chris on how she was when she returned from her trip. But you're talking to someone, you're in the company of someone who was, you think was with her all weekend. Why are you not asking her? It makes no sense. And Amanda Thayer wasn't there, just for clarity. She wasn't on the Thrive trip. But you would have thought that would have been cleared up when they were in each other's company on the Monday. And, you know, your bestie's missing and you're in a room with a person who's just spent all weekend with her. So I just think that's a bit bizarre, but we'll play on.
And who's Cassandra?
Cassandra Rosenberg, she, I haven't met her yet. I've talked to her a bunch, but she's one of Shanann's friends from, I don't know where they met actually, but she's in the Thrive business too, so.
Okay.
She just moved here recently.
Oh, she did, okay.
A few days ago.
Oh, like literally recently.
Yeah, like right before, it was last week, actually.
Okay. So you last spoke to her on Saturday, August 11th. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember about what time that was?
No.
Okay.
No, it was kind of a quick conversation. I was asked her when she was coming back. She told me, she was like, I'll be back late Sunday night, Monday morning. We were supposed to get together that week because she had her gender reveal party coming up. So I was going to help finish off that.
So guys, I'm just going to stop it again there. So she's just said that Shanann Watts told her that she was going to be back late Sunday night, Monday morning, but her original flight was meant to get in at 11. So yeah, late, but it's not going to be Monday morning, which I just think is weird. I think her memory's getting confused with what actually happened rather than what was said in the phone call. And then she's saying as well, she's going on to say, well, she first of all doesn't volunteer to check her phone to see what time this message was at. I don't think she's particularly realizing that she needs to be quite specific. I mean, when you listen to Amanda Thayer's interview compared to, when you read Amanda Thayer's interview compared to this one, Amanda Thayer's like, I spoke to her at 2:24, and it's very specific, and she has her phone out, and she's, taking it very seriously. And I just think this is very like, oh, you want me to check my phone? Oh, yeah, hold on. Like, you'll see what I mean in a minute. She's quite narky about having to find a time and stuff. So then she went on and said that they were planning the gender reveal party, so that's where she's going to pick up here.
Get the girls together for one more play date before everybody went back to school in full swing. And then that's kind of it. It was kind of a quick conversation because I was like, I just wanted to make sure she was going to be back before I started making all these plans.
Okay.
And then I messaged her Sunday.
On Facebook message?
Yeah. And I asked her, because I had forgotten what she said, and I asked her again when she was going to be back. And she didn't respond.
Did you hear that, guys?
That was on Sunday.
Yeah. And then...
She did not respond?
No.
Is that unusual for her to not respond?
Yes. But it was also like 2 p.m, and I knew she was traveling, so it wasn't really that big a deal. Monday...
I'm just going to pause it there. Okay, this makes no sense to me. So Shanann Watts responds to everyone within seconds. Okay, everyone in her life is in agreement with that. That's what raised the alarm bell so quickly. Okay, so she's saying she texted her, Facebook messaged her 2:00 on Sunday, and she had no response. And she's saying, "Oh, it didn't really ring any bells for me because she was traveling." It's a domestic flight. You're not checking in 4 hours ahead of an international flight. Plus, Shanann on the Sunday was very active on social media, and Lauren's bound to have seen that, and she's bound to have been checking her phone, like everyone says, and she's texting other people, and she's texting Chris on Sunday, but she doesn't respond to Lauren. And you also heard her say that they had a play date, which I think is crucial, that coming week. So they had made arrangements on the phone on Saturday when she was in Arizona to have a play date that coming week with the girls and her children. So I think that's really crucial because I pretty much would imagine that that would have been mentioned to NA and the other people who were around Shanann at the time. She takes a phone call from her friend. They're going to meet up for a play date. So this person was in her life, and we find out very quickly that no one thought in a million years to ask Lauren, hey, have you seen Shanann? Is she with you? you guys have play dates together. So it just seems strange. But yeah, let's keep going. But just keep it in mind what she just said about it not being strange for Shanann or it being strange, but she wasn't worried about Shanann not contacting her back because she's traveling. Okay.
I text her.
Let me just stick with Sunday here real quick. So Sunday you messaged her, but that was the only contact you had or tried to have with her.
Yeah, because I knew she was traveling. I didn't know what time or anything, so I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna give her time to get home, and then I'll bother her about when to see her.
Okay. Okay, so Sunday you have this, you try to send her a text, message, whatever. You get no response. Monday, do you try to contact her Monday, or does she contact you, or anything like that?
No, I knew she had a doctor's appointment in the morning.
Okay.
Usually I talk to her afterwards. So I waited. I text her around like 11:30, 12, and I was like, "How did everything go? Like, when do you want to speak?" And I did get a response. And then somewhere around, it wasn't long after that, I got on Facebook and I saw that her brother had said something about that she was missing.
Okay, so did everybody catch that? So she texted Shanann Watts around 12:30 on the Monday, and she said that she was always, heard from Shanann after she would have a doctor's appointment to see how it would have went. And I was kind of wondering what she's talking about, because Shanann hasn't had doctor's appointments that we're aware of. She hasn't been seeking any medical treatment for anything, and she hasn't had any baby appointments. She hasn't had any gynae or OBGYN appointments for the pregnancy. So what is she talking about? I contact her when she comes out of the doctor's, or she contacts me to see what happened. I just think that's a bit of a strange conversation. But listen to what she has to say about Frankie's Facebook post that alerts her to the situation. Okay.
For about what time that was?
I can find out.
Sure. So the fact that she didn't respond to your initial text about her doctor appointment, was that unusual?
Yes.
Is she pretty good about returning texts?
Yes. She literally has her phone on her hip or in her hand at all times.
Okay.
Do you catch that, guys? All the time. She has her phone at her hip.
Okay, I talked to her brother at well, my mom doesn't like to keep track of anything. Hold on. It was around 2:00.
Okay. Is that when you saw it on Facebook?
No,
Or is that when you talked to?
I saw it on Facebook. So I talked to him about an hour after I saw it because he was like, "Hold on, I'll call you."
Okay.
And then I text him my phone number because he called me on Facebook Messenger because he didn't have my number. And then I text him my number at 2.
Okay, did you catch that? So she's Shanann's bestie of 18 years, guys. 18 years. And Shanann's brother doesn't have her number, but has her on Facebook, which I suppose is fair enough. But no one, this is 2 p.m. and no one has reached out yet to her bestie, guys. No one. So
Right.
everyone else's phone is getting blown up allegedly by Sandy. I made 17 phone calls that morning, Ruthak, but you didn't phone her bestie, who she sees all the time. And you didn't phone her bestie, who she has play dates with all the time. Do you get where I'm going with this, guys? And her bestie's just told you that she has her phone attached to her hip constantly, but she also didn't think it was weird that she didn't text her from 2 o'clock on Sunday afternoon. I mean, it just makes no sense. And then she's saying that she goes on Facebook but to see what's happening, or she's going to message Shanann or whatever, and she notices Frankie saying that his sister's missing, right? Now listen to what she says about Frankie and what she thought about Frankie's missing post, okay? And keep in mind, the Coonrod has just arrived 15 minutes at this point. 15 minutes. He's just arrived at the house. And Frankie's putting on Facebook that his sister's missing. So hold on and listen to this.
So I had already known.
So about 1-ish.
I'd say like 1:30, 2 o'clock, yeah.
And his name is Frank.
Frankie.
Is that right?
Yeah.
What did you see on Facebook?
I had to read it again because he said something like, my sister's missing, and there's a picture, and she just left North Carolina. So I thought at first maybe it was one of those like she hadn't talked to him or something, so he was like, "Oh, my sister's missing because she won't return my calls," kind of thing. I went back and read it, and it was legitimately nobody can find her. And I was like, that doesn't make any sense. So then I sent him a message, I think, on Facebook, and then he called me freaking out. And I was like, well, let me go by there and see what's going on. Because I'm the only person here from North Carolina, so I was kind of, besides Chris, but, I'm kind of their only, go-to at this point. So I was like, let me go out there and I'll let you know what I can find out. But I had to pick my kids up from school, and I didn't end up going out there until almost 5.
Sorry, we're just going to stop it there. So let's recap this nonsense. You get a phone call from Frankie, who is, in your words, freaking out that his sister is missing. But you initially think that his post on Facebook is Frankie being dramatic because his sister might not have texted him back. So you don't initially believe it. What are you talking about? So are you saying that they had this volatile relationship where he would post attention-seeking posts on Facebook because his sister just would be ghosting him? Or did she have a habit of ghosting people when she didn't want to be bothered with them, just like she ghosted you on the Sunday? And she ghosted Amanda Thayer when she was going to cover to go away for a weekend with Chris. So, this just doesn't make sense, guys. You're saying that, in your words, I am their only go-to person in Colorado. But nobody phoned you, Lauren. No one contacted you. You contacted them.
Yeah, because she wanted to insert herself in
Right.
the
No one thought of you for I'm not saying this to be horrible. I'm just saying no one thought of you. But you're her bestie, who has children the same age, who have play dates all the time and speak several times a week. But no one, not Sandy, not Frank, not Frankie Jr., not N.A., not Addie, not Cassie, none of these people thought, hey, somebody might want to phone Lauren. What? Like, if I was Lauren, I would be capital P pissed. Like, what is going on here? So let's hear what she has to say then. Oh, and did you catch the little bit at the end? So Frankie was freaking out. But Lauren had stuff to do, so she didn't go over to Saratoga for another 3 hours. So it's 2 o'clock, she talks to Frankie, but she doesn't rock up to Saratoga till just before 5. Okay? So let's hear what she has to say about when she gets to Saratoga. It does get a bit more interesting from here on out. I just didn't want to cut you guys out of all the backstory, so.
Did you try to text Chris at all?
No, I didn't have his number.
Okay.
Otherwise I would have.
Right.
Yeah. That's why I just went out there.
Okay. In the time that you spoke to Frankie and the time you showed up there at 5 o'clock, did you see anything else come across Facebook or talk to anybody else?
Listen.
No, I
Try to text Shanann?
Yeah, I tried to text her. I called, I think I called my mom or something and let her know what was going on. I talked to a couple of our friends from back home just to kind of get more of the inside of what's going on. When was the last time somebody saw her? Stuff like that. I got Nicole's information that day. Because I talked to her on Facebook before, but I didn't have her number.
So sorry, we're just going to stop that again. What are you talking about, Lauren? You just got Nicole's information that day, which was Monday. And between 2 o'clock and 5 o'clock, when you bothered to go over to Saratoga, you didn't speak to anyone else and you didn't receive any phone calls about Shanann's whereabouts. So no one was thinking about her bestie. Here, yes, Brooke, you've absolutely nailed it in the comments. She was trying to make herself relevant. Lauren, I'm really sorry if you're watching. I know you did know this live was happening tonight, but no one's blowing up your cell phone, girl, looking for you to help. And you're her bestie, her BFF for 19 years. No one's contacting you. So I just find it really bizarre that no one is lighting up this girl and being like, this lady's pregnant too. She has young children that my daughter plays with all the time, and she's her bestie from NC, but no one's calling. So let's see what Lauren has to say when she gets to Saratoga.
So I got that then, so I could talk to her, but I didn't end up talking to her until later.
That's NA she's talking about.
Yeah.
Okay. So you tried to text Shanann.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember about when you did that? Do you still have those by chance?
I should. No, I don't know what time. It would have been between 2 and 5.
Check your phone, woman.
Yeah, all this, it would have been, I should have, just your phone's in your hand. You just checked it a minute ago for Facebook.
Facebooked her. I don't think I would have texted her.
Are you?
Facebook's always the fastest way to get hold of her.
Did you hear that? Facebook's always the fastest way to get hold of her, but you Facebooked her on Sunday and she didn't get back to you at all. Now, I can tell you because I sat through this when I was making my notes. This is 1.5 minutes of silence and awkward fussling with the phone.
She made them speechless.
Yeah,
this is 1.5 minutes of pretending to find a message. Now,
There's not a lot of contact.
Yeah, not sure.
So she's made a fair point. There would have been a lot of contact. Don't forget, this is the 6th of September. But if it was the last message you sent her, it would be the last message under her contact on Facebook. It wouldn't be hard to find. It would take about 3 seconds. Nope. Still no message.
It's gone.
It's gone. Come back.
No, the last one I have is from the 12th.
What?
2:30.
Sorry, what did you just say? The last message you have is from Sunday the 12th at 2:30 when you text her in Arizona and she ghosted you. But you just told Agent Zentner that you text her between 12, well, originally you said 12:30, then you said between 2 and 5. But where's that text message? This is the last text message in life that you sent your best friend. Where is that text message? I myself personally, if this happened to my best friend, would be printing that text message out and framing it. It's the last contact you've ever had with them.
Right.
I would know exactly when I sent it. So
I would frame my phone bills, man.
Yeah, exactly. You would know everything about the last time you saw them,
Yeah.
the last time you spoke to them. So hold on. What does Lauren have to say about this? That she can't find this text, which is very perplexing. Hold on.
No, the last one I have is from the 12th at 2:30.
What's going on, Lauren?
Oh, is that when she?
That was when she didn't
Sunday.
answer.
Okay.
Yeah, she didn't even open it.
Okay.
It's interesting.
So do you have anything from
Yeah.
the 13th at all?
I don't think so.
What?
I don't know how I would have. I don't think I called her.
Hold on, what? You didn't call her?
I don't know. Because like I said, I usually don't text her.
Come on, Lauren.
I don't know. No, because my last text to her was from the 9th.
Excuse me? Sorry, excuse me. So you text her on the 9th and you Facebook messaged her on the 12th and you don't think you called her. So your bestie is missing and you didn't attempt to ring her phone. Right. So, right. Okay. Just let that one sink in for a wee minute. Okay. Okay, Lauren.
Maybe I called her. I honestly don't remember.
Okay. All right. But if you happen to stumble across those,
Yeah, I have another cell phone at home. It's
Oh, do
my
you?
kid's phone, so I don't.
Okay.
Maybe I don't know why I would have used that one. Though,
No, I don't know
but
why
can
you would have
still
used that
double
either.
check.
Okay. If you happen to run across those, could you take screenshots of,
Yeah.
of any times that you tried to get in contact with
Yeah.
them, and then send me those on the email? There's mine.
Okay.
So, yeah, that'd be great. I appreciate that. So when you went to the house about 5 o'clock, what did you see there?
It was Chris and Amanda and Nick Thayer were there. I'd never met them, so.
Who was there, Lauren? Who was there? Amanda and Nick Thayer. I've never met them before. Right. So,
I
folks,
thought she was at family gatherings and all
yeah,
that.
Lauren's just told us that every time Shanann has a do, is what we call it here, a do, a shindig, a party, a gathering, a family event. I think she referenced it as holidays, sport, Super Bowl, family gatherings, dinner parties. Now, we know that the Thayers they're very, very good friends as a couple. Then you've got the Lindstroms, a couple of other folks in the mix. And you've got also then NA, allegedly, with a big allegedly in brackets. So you've got all these people, but none of these people have ever met each other. What? So Lauren's never met NA. She's never met the Thayers. And she's never met Cassandra. But she's Shanann's bestie. And NA lives about 10 minutes from her house. Okay. And the Thayers live about 15 minutes out from each other. and you've never met them. But I just don't understand. And you think that Amanda's been all weekend with your now missing best friend, and you don't make mention of, well, how was she at the weekend? How was she? But can I just point out as well, guys, the Thayers, in either of their separately deposed statements, mention that this woman is at Saratoga. Now, I don't want to by any means suggest that she wasn't, because there's no reason to suggest she wasn't. But yet again, her timeline is all over the place, because I believe when Amanda Thayer says she was there at a particular time, she was there at that time. The woman is like crazy with exact timings, and I don't believe for 1 second that Lauren is clued in with what time she did anything. She just told you she didn't ring her mate, and then she did, and then she didn't, and then she texted her, and then she didn't, and then she did. So I believe Amanda Thayer, and Amanda and Nick Thayer do not mention that this person was at the house, but yet Lauren's saying that she not only sees them, she has entire conversations with them.
Right.
So it's very bizarre. So let's listen.
I mean, he answered the door, gave me a hug. I asked a logical, like, "Are you okay?" question. And he said no. And then, I don't know, I started looking around. So, like, I saw her shoes by the door, and then I saw, like, her suitcase, and then I saw, like, one of the kids' toys under one of the chairs in that living room when we first walk in. And then I looked upstairs, I just glanced upstairs, and he said something like, "I had to close the doors." And I was like, "What?" And he was like, "The doors upstairs." He was like, "I had to close all the doors." He's like, "Because I can't handle going up there and seeing everything." And I was like, "Okay." And he was like, "The toys and stuff." So we walk into the kitchen where the Thayers were, and I noticed that there were like toys and stuff in the living room. So my first thought was, so you can see the toys downstairs, but you can't see the toys upstairs. But, you know. I asked him if he had heard anything, and I asked him if he had gone and like looked around at all. And Nick jumped in and was like, "No, the police told us not to go search." And I was like, "Why?" And he was like, "That because they said it wouldn't help." And so then I looked at Chris and I was like, "So you haven't gone and looked anywhere?" And he was like, "No, they told me not to." So that doesn't really seem logical to me, but okay. And he was wearing a tank top shirt, so I kind of naturally was trying to see if I could see anything, and I didn't. I asked him, when was the last time you talked to her? Did she seem weird when you talked to her? What time did she get home? And I was like, well, I'm trying to figure out how this came up, but I was asking what the police had said. And he was talking about how they asked him who he called, or like if he tried to get a hold of anyone. He was like, "I called everybody I could think of." And I was like, "Well, that's funny because you never called me." And he was like, "Well, I guess I just wasn't thinking." I was like, "Chris, I live 20 minutes away. I've known her the longest. You didn't think to call me." I was like, "Why? You knew I was going to see her this week. Why wouldn't you just assume, I would have known where she was?"
Right. So did you get that? Did you get that epic amount of nonsense that just came in there? So she's saying that she walked in. Chris mentions the doors being open or closed upstairs. She thinks that's weird, so that alerts her suspicion. And then she's looking at his arms to see if he has like marks. Now, keep in your mind that Lauren hasn't heard anything about backing up a truck at this point that she's mentioned anyway. She hasn't heard anything about, there's been no interview at this point, so no porch fiasco. So she has no reason in this world to think for a second Chris Watts had anything to do with any of this. So
Right.
other than him being a little bit quiet over the last 6 months, which isn't a crime, you know, I just don't understand why she would possibly be looking at this man's arms for marks. I mean, that's just a stretch. Do you know? And then she's saying, why did none of you call me? I'm her bestie. I've known her the longest. I live 20 minutes away. And I agree with her. Why is no one calling this person? If I'm going to take you at face value, Lauren, I want to know too. I'm in your corner on this. Why is no one calling you? Why? You would be the first person I would think of to call if I was them. If I was NA, I'd be going, oh, Lauren called on Saturday when we're in Arizona. They're meeting up this week. She could be with Lauren. Let's phone Lauren. She's got little kids too. That wasn't logical to NA or Sandy or Frankie. No one called Lauren. So I'm with you, Lauren. If you're telling us the truth and you really are this important in her life, then I don't get it either. I'm with you. I don't understand why. But let's listen to Lauren. She gets slightly more triggered by why she wasn't contacted. So let's listen.
Because I had to find out from her brother, and that kind of irritated me. And he was like, I don't know, I called everybody I could think of. And when I did end up talking to Nicole, that wasn't true because he didn't call anybody from what she said. So that kind of irritated me a little bit because it didn't feel like he was trying of sorts. But I also had to think, okay, well, he's never been in this situation before. I can't really judge his reaction, but he wouldn't make eye contact with me when we were talking.
Because you're being crazy?
The whole time. I don't know, I feel like saying acted weird doesn't really help anything, but he just didn't, I don't know, he just didn't really seem concerned of sorts. Because I was trying to ask all these questions, because I was like, well, I'm going to go drive around. And he was like, no, they said that wouldn't help. It's like, well, I'm going to anyway. Like, I can't not at least go try. And I don't know, we kind of stood there awkwardly in the kitchen. I played with the dog for a little bit. The dog wouldn't really go near him, which wasn't really unusual because the dog didn't really like him anyway. But like, he was especially just not hanging out with him. I asked him if there's anything I could do, if he needed anything. He said no. He said he was gonna try and go back to work on Tuesday, like the next day. And I was like, I don't think you should do that. And he was like, well, I can't stay here. And I was like, I understand that, but I don't think going to work is a good idea. He's like, well, because I asked him if the police told him to stay at home or if he could, go search or whatever. And he was like, no, they said I could. They said I could go do whatever. That's what he said. He was going to try and go to work. I was like, don't do that. He just kept saying how he didn't want to be at the house. And then I was like, all right, well, I'm going to go drive around, let me know if you need anything. Keep in contact, let me know if you hear anything. And then he walked me to the door and hugged me and I left.
Okay, so she's left. She said, keep in contact, let me know if you need anything or if you hear anything. She didn't mention that she does not have his phone number. She doesn't mention getting his phone number. She doesn't say the agent sent her. So I asked him, could you possibly give me your phone number, your cell number, so I can keep in contact with you about what's happening? You can let me know when she's okay. Are you trying to tell me you actually walked out of that house and didn't get a contact number from your husband of your best friend who's missing? Do you not think that would be an important thing to say to Zentner? Oh, by the way, I got his number, so I made sure that he gave me his number so I could find out what was happening with the investigation. But she doesn't mention anything to do with that. And in fact, later she mentions that she never speaks to Chris again. The minute she walks out that door, her bestie remains missing for the next 2 hours. And she's not, or 2 hours, 2 days, and she's just not mentioning that she's trying to contact her husband. Because don't forget, he didn't go into Wednesday night. This is Monday. So until Wednesday night, nobody knew anything. Yeah, they got suspicious at tea time on Tuesday with the news interview, but that was still all day Tuesday. She could have been blowing up his phone saying, here, where's Shanann? Have you heard anything yet? What's happening? But no, nothing. Doesn't contact him once after she walks out that front door. So she's just told you that she's mad at the Thayers for backing Chris up in regards to not going for a drive around to try and find Shanann. So she describes it as being irritated. In fact, she mentions it twice, that she's irritated by the fact that nobody's wanting to go drive around and find this poor woman. And she says, right, I'm gonna go and drive around. You know, this is the least I can do. So this is where she's at.
So that was. So I think you described it as just kind of being weird. Can you expand on that a little bit?
It wasn't that he was sad. I mean, because that's kind of what I was expecting. I was expecting him to be like visibly like emotional of sorts, but he seemed really just like confused almost. Like I said, he wouldn't make eye contact, so whenever he would talk, he would look kind of down at the floor. So it was almost like he was in a daze and just talking. Like he just wasn't, there was no, what I felt like there's no connection between him and what was going on. He was just kind of physically there and just talking.
Was his demeanor that day different than other days you had seen him?
I mean, he wasn't like smiling and happy or anything, but then again, there was really nobody there. It was kind of, he was just very, what's the word, like nonchalant almost.
You would think he would write all this down after.
Tell me about the shoes at the door.
They were her black flip-flops, and it was like, she kicked them off like right at the door.
Inside the front door?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And
so it was like a pair of his work boots, and then like her shoes.
Okay. Does she always wear those shoes?
Uh-huh.
Those
are her, yeah, they're her favorite shoes.
Okay.
Yeah, she like orders a new pair like every year.
And that's, I've heard that she wears those constantly.
Yes.
So for them to be at the house and her not to be there, would you say that's unusual?
Yes.
Okay. And I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Yeah. No, that's what. Yeah.
Okay. And you mentioned the suitcase.
Yeah.
Where was that at?
So when you walk in, there's a staircase, and then there's like a little space like beside the staircase, kind of. There's a little table. So in between the table and then like where the stairs began was like her roll suitcase and then like a tote bag that were like right up against the wall over there.
Okay. Roll suitcase, like a carry-on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What color was it?
Oh God, I have no idea.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Did you see her purse anywhere?
Mm-mm.
Did you see her car in the garage?
No.
Did you go in the garage?
No. It would have, but I felt like it would have been awkward if I was like, hey, can I go look around?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So when we made that comment about closing the doors upstairs, what was your thought process when he said that to you?
At first I thought it was weird that he had mentioned it because I kind of just looked upstairs, and it's sort of a habit when I go in because like your eye just kind of automatically wants to look around, I guess. And so from downstairs you can see like their bedroom door. You can kind of see a little bit upstairs. So I just happened to just like glance and look around, and the door was closed, and he just volunteered the information that he went up there and closed all the doors because he couldn't go up there, and he was like, I just can't see what's up there.
Did you comment about the doors being closed?
No.
Was that unusual for the doors to be closed? Was that something you even pick up on?
No. I just, like I said, I just happened to glance upstairs, and I looked, and then I guess I looked back downstairs, and he was like, oh, I closed all the doors. I was like, okay. And then he just kind of went into the explanation that he couldn't go up there and didn't want to see. Like he said he couldn't handle seeing their rooms or something, and the toys and everything. And I was like, okay.
So the door that you could see that was closed, which door was that?
Their bedroom door.
So the master bedroom?
Yeah.
Okay. Could you see the girls'?
I mean, I would have if I would have looked over, because their rooms are on this side, and the girls' rooms are on this side, and their room is right there. So I would have had to looked, because I wasn't far enough in the house yet. But if I would have kept walking and then looked up, then I would have seen that their doors were closed.
Right, so guys, I'm going to stop it there. Okay, this makes absolutely no sense to me. So I've seen videos of the Watts house time and time again, and you walk in and it's those huge big high ceilings. It's all open plan downstairs in that living room. And I know what she's talking about. You look, your eye does directly go upstairs because of the high ceilings. And you do look, and you could see their door from the front door. You could see their bedroom door, and you would, automatically kind of glance up the stairs, I believe. So I get what she's saying. But she then continues to say this nonsense about how she couldn't look at the girls' bedrooms, which would, when you walk forward towards the kitchen, you would have to glance backwards. But then she's saying, well, what made me alerted to him being weird was the fact that he brought up the doors being closed. But then she's like, but I wasn't far enough in the room to see if the girls' bedroom doors were closed. But if you even walk towards the kitchen, you just turn your head for a second and you're going to see. If that was me and he raised my suspicions, I'd be breaking my neck to see if that door was closed or not. And then also, she's already said earlier, she walked in, and she'll say in a minute that she had no time to talk to him in the living room because Amanda Thayer came straight out and they all went into the kitchen. Now, the last time I checked, she leaves via the front door, which is already said that he gave her a hug and they left out the front door. So you're facing the opposite direction when you're walking out. You look up. If you're telling Agent Zentner that the reason you're checking this man's arms for claw marks or bite marks or whatever is because him making this comment about the doors upstairs being closed raised your suspicions, I'm sorry, but you're going to break your neck to check on the way out. Is the children's bedroom doors closed too? And you can see that on your walk to the front door. You just glance up. So what's she talking about? I wasn't far enough inside the house and blah, blah, blah. Like, she's talking the biggest load of nonsense. So hold on till we hear what she has to say.
And he mentioned something about their toys.
Yeah, he said he couldn't handle seeing their stuff, or he said going up there, and seeing all of their stuff. He's like, I can't be up there. But then I noticed, like, when we went into the kitchen, I looked into the living room, there was a bunch of toys and stuff in the living room. So my first thought was, so you can handle seeing toys and stuff downstairs, but you can't handle seeing anything upstairs. Which kind of, I don't know, irritated me. Not really irritated, but it just didn't make any sense to me.
Well, she's not making sense to me.
So at the time he makes that comment to you, does it strike you as unusual, or do you pay attention to it? Do you just kind of brush it off?
No, I definitely paid attention to it. Because up until that point, I mean, nothing was, besides them being missing, nothing was really weird about the situation. And then once I got to the house, and I saw that her shoes were there, and I saw that her luggage was still downstairs and not put away, and then he made that comment like right when I got there, which is very, it just didn't feel right.
So something striking you as unusual.
Oh yeah.
About the situation.
Yeah.
Are there normally toys scattered around downstairs?
Not if the girls aren't home. If the girls are home, then yeah, there'll be toys and stuff downstairs. But if they're not home, then Shan cleans up everything. She's kind of neat, free.
Pretty tidy about everything.
Yes.
Okay. I think you mentioned something about you were looking at Chris to see if you could find any injuries. Mm-hmm. Tell me a little more about that.
I noticed that he didn't have sleeves on, so I just kind of, as I was talking to him, I was trying to see if I could see anything. So like I looked at his hands, and he was kind of sitting at an angle, so I could only see like one side of him. So I looked to see if like there were scratch marks or bruises or something on his arms or whatever, and I didn't see anything.
So something's triggering you to look at, see this.
Yeah.
So you think he's done something.
At this point, I do find his behavior very suspicious.
Okay. Is there anything specifically that's triggering it, or is it a kind of a combination of everything?
It's kind of a combination. It was a feeling that I had gotten. His demeanor, his random comment about the doors being closed upstairs, him not wanting to go look for her, it just, everything kind of piled up together. I don't know, it didn't feel right.
So I've heard from other people that he is not an overly emotional person to begin with. But I think you described him on Monday as not emotional about the situation.
Right.
Could you tell a difference between the two?
I mean, I've never really seen him in an emotional situation before. So normally whenever I would see him, it was for like Super Bowl or a holiday or a dinner party or something like that. So I've never had to see him having to use any emotions besides being happy. And like I said, I can't really judge a person's reaction to a situation that they've never been in before. But when your wife and your kids are missing, you just kind of expect someone to be at least sad or anxious or, you know, just some kind of something. And there was just nothing. There was just nothing there.
So if I were to describe it as basically flat.
Yes.
Would that be fair?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me throw something out. So, from your experience,
Oh, this is a good
would
one,
it be
guys.
normal for somebody if their kids and wife are missing? Would they be flat like that, or would they be hysterical?
That was the world's most stupidest question from a law enforcement officer in history of everything. He just asked her, in her experience. So, Lauren, in your experience of having friends who have went missing and their behavior of their spouses who are under investigation, in your professional opinion, Lauren, was his behavior normal? Like he just asked her that. I've written in my notes the world's stupidest question. In her experience, what did she think about his behavior? Like, is he talking about, her experience watching CSI, or her experience watching, the soaps, or game shows? What's he talking about? She's not a law enforcement officer. She doesn't have any experience, and hopefully the girl's never had the experience of a missing friend before. So what is he talking about?
I mean, I feel like there should be a medium in between the two, because I think it was late enough to where he wouldn't have been hysterical anymore, but it was still too early for him to completely shut off his emotions. So I feel like while I was asking him questions or talking about them, like I feel like he should have expressed some kind of something, and I wasn't getting anything from him.
In your professional opinion, Lauren?
I don't know, it's like almost robotic, I guess.
Did it appear that he'd been crying?
No.
Did he expand any more on why he wasn't going to go look for them other than the police told him not to?
That's all he said. Well, that's what Nick said. Because I asked Chris, and Nick answered for him. And I was kind of like, okay, well, I was talking to Chris. So
I'm just going to point out, I probably shouldn't, I'd probably let you come to your own conclusions, but I just think it really hit me. The shade that Lauren throws on the Thayers, like she does not like these people. She's already been arsy about Amanda coming out to greet her and why they were there. And she's now throwing shade at Nick for, speaking for Chris, now for the second time, telling her that the police had told him not to go searching. And I just think if you listen to her tone, she'll do it again in a minute in regards to Amanda. She's really not a happy bunny when it comes to the Thayers. Now, this could be obviously that this is now the 6th of September. When this is interviews taking place, so it's 3 weeks since Shanann went missing, and obviously has been discovered and everything's come to light and been transpired. But she could be angry because obviously they stood up for Chris and had him staying in the house and stuff, but they didn't know. Are you really going to be throwing shade at this couple who are devastated by this just because they were nice to him, like you were, giving him a hug?
Just because they were relevant and she wasn't.
Yeah, she's arrived there, and well, she's that irrelevant they don't even mention her in their statements, which I just find very bizarre. None of the 4 people who were at the house mention Lauren. The only person who mentions to Agent Coder that Lauren was even there is Chris himself. Otherwise, nobody would have known that Lauren was even there. So, let's keep going with what she's saying, but just listen to the shade she throws on the Thayers. It's a bit, I don't know, it's a bit strange.
they wouldn't let me, I don't want to say let me, but I wasn't able to talk to him by myself. So
Who else was there with him?
it was Nick and Amanda there.
So they stayed with him
Yeah.
the entire time.
Mm-hmm. because I tried to talk to him in that living room area before we got to the kitchen. And then, Amanda came in and like introduced herself. So I never really got, I don't want to say alone time, but like I couldn't talk to him one-on-one. It was the three of them. And I didn't know them, so it was kind of awkward. But he answered the question for Chris about why they weren't going to search. And then when he mentioned wanting to go to work the next day, I was like, so you want to go to work, but you're not going to go look for them. And that was when Nick was like, well, the police told us not to. I was like, I know you said that, but it doesn't mean you don't have, that doesn't mean you have to. Like, you should at least want to go look. And Chris was like, well, I don't see the point. And then he was like, I can't stay here. So it was really it was kind of conflicting because he wanted to leave and go to work because he didn't want to be at home, but he didn't want to leave to go look for them because the police said that it wasn't going to do any good. So.
Chris, are you saying anything about the girls' medication still being there? Anything like that? Talking about medication.
This is very interesting, guys.
Or for Shanann. Were you aware that they were on medication? And that was for?
Well, Cece had her medicine for her allergies, so there was always the EpiPens. I don't know what all Shanann was on, but I know she, with her Thrive routine, she has her shake every morning and stuff like that. So all of that was there apparently. She never and there was no dishes in the sink, so she didn't have her shake that morning. She didn't give the girls breakfast, so that was kind of unusual.
Do you know if she takes any other prescription medications?
Not that I know of. I'm not really sure.
She ever talked about having migraines?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to stop that there for a second. Again, you're her bestie, Lauren. Why do you not know what medication she takes? You're her bestie. Why do you not know? I'm unsure as to what's happening here. And you're also a mother who brings children to play with her children, and her child is severely allergic, but you don't know anything about the allergy, except that she has an EpiPen. But you don't know anything else about it. But you're in her company all the time. But you can't say what any of their medical conditions are. And you're also saying that there was no dishes in the sink, so she obviously didn't have breakfast or give the children breakfast. But you and everyone else has been saying that Shanann is a neat freak. She would never leave dishes in the sink. I don't know anyone who's house proud that leaves dishes in the sink. Absolutely, it just wouldn't happen. Sorry, you're telling me she gets out of her bed, she strips her bed, and she remakes it immediately every single day of the week, and according to Shanann at 4 a.m. So you're implying that she would have left the house and left dishes in the sink? That doesn't make any sense to me. You're saying she does all her housework in the morning. She's not going to leave the house and leave dishes, dirty dishes. So it's just bizarre that you're also getting so wound up about Watts not going searching for his missing family, and you're getting annoyed at the Thayers because they're saying that you shouldn't bother. But what's your plan then, Lauren? Are you going to go searching? Where are you going to go searching? Because we're now at Monday night at sort of 5:30, so we'll hear what she has to say about that now.
She hadn't had them in a while. I think I know when she got pregnant that she was having migraines more frequently, but that happened with her last 2 pregnancies also.
And my understanding is she recently had some neck surgery. That was last summer, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
What was that about?
I don't even know what it's called. My mom had the same surgery. I don't know. I know that like they
Don't
went
know.
in through the front and they did something with her spine, and then she was in a neck brace for a few weeks. She seemed to recover pretty fast.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any major complications with that you're aware of?
No, she just hated wearing the neck brace.
No, I'm sure it doesn't seem like a whole lot of fun.
Yeah, she said it didn't go with any of her clothes.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. So, anyone else at the house when you were there?
Just the Thayers, Chris, and the dog.
When do you leave the house?
I was there for maybe 20 minutes, 20 to 30 minutes. My kids were in the driveway in the car on their tablets, so I didn't want to like leave them for too long, but I didn't want to bring them in either, so I couldn't stay for too long. But I mean, I guess at that point there was really nothing I could do.
What do you do when you leave?
I go get gas at the gas station down the street.
Okay.
I kind of took the long way of sorts, so like I kind of drove through the neighborhood a little bit.
Because?
To see if I could find anything. I drove to where I could see like the back of their house, because I couldn't remember if there were houses and stuff back there yet. Because when they first moved out there, it was nothing but a field. They were starting to develop, so I wanted to see kind of what was going on back there. Just to look around to see if I could see anything, just because I wanted to find them. So I drove around the neighborhood, went and got gas, and came back to my house. I thought about going to talk to the people at Starbucks, see if maybe they had seen something. Then I was like, well, they would have had a shift change, so it would have been important.
Was she a regular at the Starbucks?
No, she didn't even drink coffee. But you never know.
Who has a shift change at Starbucks?
I'll just give you just give them 5 seconds to let their brain catch up with that big load of nonsense. So you just bust balls, for want of a better expression, in that house because no one was going to search for your friend and her children. You just actually bust balls over that. And then you have the audacity to drive and get gas. Oh, but you went the long way. So you drove around back of the house and round onto the main road and up to the gas station. You kind of thought about going to Starbucks to see if they were there, even though they don't go to Starbucks because they don't drink coffee. But you just thought, well, you never know. And you start waffling about how you thought there would be a shift change in Starbucks, and that's why you didn't go. And then that's kind of the height of your search, wasn't it, Lauren? You drove around the neighborhood for 5 seconds and then went and got gas and then went home. And, you know, just to give you a wee insight into the next 3 days, Lauren didn't do any searching for Shanann. There was no searching. There was no putting together anybody to go search. So you just got absolutely arsey with Watts and the Thayers for them not going. And then you did a 30-second search of the back of the house from the driver's seat of your vehicle with your kids strapped in the back. How much searching were you going to do with your kids in the car? So it's just the most nonsense thing I've ever heard in my life. You're giving off at other people for doing nothing, and then you literally did nothing. It's just crazy. It's crazy. So anyway, listen to this next bit of nonsense regarding her report back then to Frankie. Okay, so you keep in your mind that Frankie was freaking out, in Lauren's words. He wanted you over there immediately. You didn't go for 3 hours. So she's heading home now. And she's gonna phone Frankie. So what do you hear what she says? Put yourself in her shoes and Frankie's shoes, what you would want to know. The conversation you would want to have if that was your missing sister, and see if it matches up with what Lauren said.
I don't know. There's so many like fields and stuff out there. I was like, there's no way I could go.
Oh yeah, I forgot she waffles about fields for 5 minutes.
I was trying to think of like who I could call to like come back out there and maybe look in the area. Because there's a lot of land out there.
Right. So you went and got gas, drove around in the neighborhood there. What do you do after that?
I went back to Aurora.
Okay.
I called her brother and told him that I had just left the house. I talked to him for a little while. I asked if they needed anything. I think I probably got back on Facebook to see if anybody had said anything.
See anything else on Facebook that anybody had of interest?
No, it's more the reposting of his, like, my sister is missing type thing. It spread pretty quickly. I don't know, I called my fiance and was like, excuse me, I was like, Shannon's missing and it's left the house. And then he was mad because I'm out there by myself. It's Chris, like, he's not gonna do anything to me. Then, I don't know, I went home and I think I called another one of our friends from back home to see if she had heard anything. And then I kind of just stayed on my phone. And
do you have any contact with anybody else involved with this? Did you talk to Chris at all?
I didn't talk to Chris after that day.
Okay.
I talked to Nicole the next day.
Excuse me, what? You talked to Nicole on Tuesday, but you just said earlier on that you got Nicole's contact number early in the day, in the afternoon on Monday. So what are you talking about? Why would you not be phoning the person who Frankie's bound to have said to her on the phone, you know, Nicole Atkinson was over there. She was trying to bang to get in the house. Like, that's your bestie. Why are you not phoning the person who was last with her, who dropped her off home, to say, Nicole, what was wrong with her? Did she say anything? Was there anything? Did they have a falling out on the phone before they got home? Nicole, what's happening? What do you know? What did you see at the house? How was he when he got back to the house? What was he behaving like? Nicole, I've just come from the house and he really freaked me out by saying that the upstairs doors were closed. Like, it really freaked me out. Like, you've just told Officer Zentner, but you don't think on that day to call Nicole and say, hey girl, like, what do you make of this? Like, I know we don't know each other really well. You know, I just don't get it. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Like, I would be blowing Nicole up at this point. I would have already phoned her hours ago, but that's just me. But you've got her number. You've just been to see Chris. He's freaked you out. He's got your radar up. He's got your heckles up. You're going, there's something not right with this guy's, you know, behaving strangely. And you want more information. And then she's saying that she phones Frankie, but she doesn't say a word. So you're telling me she rang Frankie and there was nothing to report. You know, Frankie, she has nothing to say to Zentner about how Frankie was or what Frankie said. Like, they had a boring conversation? I don't think so. Frankie's bound to have said, well, what did he say? What was he doing? What did he behave like? And she doesn't say any of that. And the first phone call at 2:00, Frankie, in her words, is freaking out. So what's he going to be like now at 7:00? He would be climbing a tree. He would be so crazed. So, but you don't mention that. You just say, oh, I called Frankie, told him I just came from the house. That's it. That's all you have to report. You know, I just think it's so bizarre. She's banging on about silly things for ages, but then important stuff, she's not saying anything. So she's just said, as a recap, that there's no mention of anything Frankie says, and she's saying that she never talked to Chris after she left that house. Never ever spoke to Chris to say, here, have you heard anything? What's happening? What are law enforcement doing to help you? Can we help? Can we go search? Like, what's happening, Chris? Like, what are they doing? What's happening in the investigation? There was no reason all day Tuesday until at least the 6 o'clock news ran with the interview. Nothing. There's no reason at all for her to be suspicious of him at this point. But she doesn't contact him again just to get an update. I just think it's a bit strange, but we'll move on.
That was the 14th.
Yes.
What'd you and Nicole talk about?
I asked her how Shanann was when she dropped her off. I asked her, was she sure that she made it inside? And she said yes. She said she watched her walk in and close the door. I asked her if, like, her and Chris had been fighting that she knew of. I mean, kind of all the, like, standard questions. Like, have you heard from her? When was the last time you talked to her? And she did the same to me. When was the last time you talked to her? Did she say anything to you? And then we kind of both started to, like, worry more after talking to each other, because she usually talks to one of the two of us at least every day. And so now that it had been pretty much 24 hours since we knew that she had at least gotten home and nobody had heard from her, we automatically knew something was wrong. Because even if, hypothetically, she had decided to run away and take the kids, she would have at least contacted her family to say, hey, I'm okay. I just had to get away. She's not that kind of person, but she would have contacted somebody. So that's when we knew that something just wasn't right.
Let me back up to Monday. When you go to the house, so we talked quite a bit about Chris and the toys in the house and suitcase. Anything else at the house unusual that you noticed? Anything strike you as unusual?
No,
Place.
It was really quiet. No, it wasn't. No.
This woman bores me.
I know, she drives me crazy. But in the interest of fairness, I want to play the whole thing.
So Tuesday, you and Nicole talk, and are you convinced at this point that something has happened?
Yes.
Okay. What about Nicole? Is she in the same boat with you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What do you do at this point?
We were trying to coordinate getting a search party together. We didn't know really where to start because there wasn't really, we don't have a whole lot to go on, so I didn't know where to start. And we were waiting to see what happened because we knew the dogs were coming out to the house. We saw that Chris was doing an interview. I talked to her mom a few times to see if maybe she could tell me where to go look. It was just kind of a, like, wanting to do something but not really knowing where to start kind of situation.
Right. Okay. you guys actually get a search party organized at all?
No, we never got that.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to stop it there, okay, because at this point
Yes,
I've just had
please.
enough. So can I just say, so not only does she not bother contacting NA, the closest person to this whole thing, traveling home with her, with the missing person, leaving her right to her door. She doesn't bother to contact her on Monday at all, even though she said she has her contact information. So she finally contacts her on the Tuesday and they have a chin wag about what's happening, but they don't. Lauren doesn't tell Agent Zentner, NA was saying at the weekend when they were away that, we thought Chris was cheating because this, receipt came up for this charge. Nothing. There's just nothing. She doesn't tell Zentner anything. And you'd think NA would have been busting to tell Lauren all this. Well, look, this is what happened. And there's just nothing. And if the conversation was had, she certainly wasn't volunteering it. And then you've got her saying, it's just so bizarre. Like, we wanted to start a search party. Now, we actually saw a message of Sandra Rusek saying, get a search party together on Facebook to Lauren at the time. This was a message at the time. And Lauren said, I'm all over it. I'm on the phone to whoever it was, one of the reporters or whatever at the minute. I'm on the phone to them at the minute. So she's just said to you, she hasn't got she hasn't got a search party organised. What? She hasn't got a search party organised on day 2. Day 2. Do you understand that people pull search parties together in like 3 to 4 hours? Okay. At this point, Frederick PD are out canvassing with the bolo. They've got the bolo printed out and their officers are on the ground canvassing. But Frederick only has a total of 21 officers. So that's not very many people. And I'm sure they're not all on this case. And the CBI are a little bit busy. So, who's boots on the ground? Who's out, pounding the pavement, looking to see where these people are, to raise awareness, to get knowledge out there, to put their face on social media. He's just asked her, was there much on Facebook? Nah, there wasn't. There was people sharing Frankie's thing, but no, there wasn't really much else. What? And her mother has asked you directly to get a search party together, and you just said no. We didn't even get round to that. You didn't get round to it, Warren. What? It should have been your number one priority. You should have been up first thing on Tuesday morning organising that. You're her bestie. Between you and Atkinson and whoever else was there, you don't think you could have pulled together a search party in a few hours? Even if you went out, nobody's asking you to go out across the field searching. But if you had just went down to the command post in Frederick Police Department and asked them for a few hundred copies of the bolo and just go hand it out.
Right.
Like, who was down in the malls and the strip malls and the shopping centres, and who was going around gas stations and out on, the main roads? Because
Put
the
a
cops
few in
were...
Starbucks.
Yeah, yeah. She thought about going to Starbucks.
Oh.
Thought about going to Starbucks, but didn't bother because they would have had a shift change. What? What are you even talking about? Like, what are you talking about? Like this, it's so nonsensical to me. I can't wrap my mind around it. We were thinking of a search party, but we didn't get around to it. Are you for real? Like, it just is mind blowing. So you just absolutely roasted the Thayers and Chris for not going out searching, and you never went out searching. It's just mind blowing. It's mind blowing. So anyway, she's going on here and she's gonna talk a little bit more about what she didn't do.
Are you still trying to contact Shanann?
No.
No. Why would you be?
I knew the police had her phone, so there was really no point trying to contact her when she doesn't have her phone.
Right.
And I knew that on Monday.
You knew the police had her phone on Monday?
Uh-huh.
Okay, how did you know that?
I don't know. I think either her mom told me or her brother, because they had I'm assuming they had talked to Chris or they talked to Nicole because Nicole was there when the police got there. So I'm pretty sure it was her mom that told me that they had her phone. So once I found that out, there wasn't even a point in trying.
Listen to this.
Does Shanann wear a smartwatch?
Yes.
Did she have that on her all the time?
Yes.
Did you hear that? Did Shanann Watts wear a smartwatch? Yes. Did she have it on her all the time? Yes. Now, Lauren doesn't know. Neither does anyone else, because when Chris Watts had an interview with Coder at around 7 p.m. on Tuesday evening, the smartwatch still hadn't been found. Okay? So nobody at this point in this scenario would have any reason to stop attempting to contact Shanann Watts. Okay? Sandra Rusek purchased that smartwatch. It's a smartwatch version 3. Okay? It has its own plan, which Sandra took out, so she would know that. So it's independent of her her phone, in the sense that she can be away from her phone. The phone can be in her home and she'll still be receiving call alerts, text alerts, and notifications on her smartwatch. Sandy bought that for her daughter, so she knows the service plan and the capabilities of the watch. And she also knows that no one has found it at this point. And NA would know that, and Lauren would know that. No one has found the watch. So why has everybody stopped contacting this missing woman? Not to mention the fact, if for a second, just for 1 second, they do think she's either thrown her toys out the pram and done a runner with the kids just to punish him, or she has run away, or, whatever there is going through their minds other than foul play, they could be thinking to themselves, well, she's going to check in on Facebook somewhere. I just don't understand why you would not be constantly blowing this woman's phone up. Like, as soon as you know, you guys are her besties, you know she doesn't take that watch off, but you're saying to me that you stop immediately contacting her or attempting to contact her, which, by the way, in Lauren's case, didn't contact her whatsoever on the Monday, but that's another issue. But you're telling me that you don't even try, even though you know that watch, as you've just said, is always on her wrist. So why? Why does everybody stop contacting this lady? Why don't they even try? Even if she was able to log on to Facebook somewhere else. Like, why would you not keep sending her the odd message, even just to say, babes, if you're getting this, please contact someone. You don't even need to tell us where you are, just make contact. But nothing. Nobody. No one. They all stopped contacting her. It's just bizarre to me. Bizarre. And you can tell that Zentner is thinking the same thing, because it's the first question out of his mouth as soon as she says, I stopped contacting her because I knew she didn't have her watch. And the first thing out of his mouth was, does she wear a smartwatch? You can tell this man's line of thinking. He's pressing her on the house because he wants her to say that she smelled cleaning, because they've asked everybody who was over at the house, did they smell cleaning on the Monday? That's why he keeps saying, so back to the house. What do you remember about the house? Anything else stand out? You can tell the man's line of thinking from a mile away, and fair enough, he's asking smart questions, but she's just it's not even dawning on her what he's trying to get at. So we'll listen to Elizabeth. There's not much left.
Did you ever go back to the house?
No.
Anything else about Tuesday that you remember doing specifically to try to find Shanann and the girls?
No, I started getting all of the phone calls and stuff from reporters on Tuesday.
How did they put you together with her?
I had made a post on Facebook if you see anything, if you know anything, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. I don't even know how they got my phone number, to be honest. Yeah, so it's their job.
Yeah.
So a lot of Tuesday and Wednesday was not talking to reporters. So it was a lot of like random texts and phone calls and being driven crazy by all of them.
Sure.
So, watching the news a lot, seeing if we could find out anything.
Are you talking to any of her friends?
I kept in contact with Nicole. I talked to her friend Christina that lives in Hawaii because she talked to her all the time. So I was, we were communicating back and forth because she was like, let me know if you hear anything. I'll let you know if I hear anything. Checking on her parents, making sure they're okay. Her best friend in North Carolina, I talked to her a lot. There's a lot of phone calls and texts and I don't know anything. Those were frustrating days.
Sure, I can understand that. Okay, so anything else about Tuesday that kind of stands out for you?
No, no. I think we saw the interview Tuesday night.
What was your impression of the interview?
It was disheartening, I think, because he was still kind of emotionless, but the emotion that he did have was not the right emotion. I feel like he was almost cocky in the interview, and that was kind of alarming to me. I don't think that was, like I said, there's no like corrected behavior for this situation, but that was a wrong one. And a lot of like some of the things he was saying didn't make sense.
Was there something specific that
I mean,
making sense for you?
no, it was little things like he called everybody he knew, which isn't true. He rushed home as soon as he found out, which isn't true. Just the way he said some things, or the things that he wasn't saying, it was just all very, it's like he had tried to like rehearse it, but he didn't do it right. So it came out odd. It's like he was trying to convince everyone that it definitely had nothing to do with it, but he was conveying it in like a happy way. I don't know, it was weird.
Anything else about the interview?
No. I don't think he should have done an interview, but it's not my call.
Yeah. Okay. So what are you thinking about the entire situation at this point?
Like at that point?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. At that point, I had a very strong feeling that he had done something. But yet, it's still kind of hard to believe because he just isn't that person. So, but the person that I knew and the person that was kind of on TV are two completely different people. Like his behavior and his mannerisms and everything were just really different from the person that I had known. So I was trying to figure out, like, does he just know something, or did he actually do something?
I'm just going to pause it there because I just find this the one and only single interesting thing that Lauren says in an hour and 45 minutes. She says he just was behaving strangely. It was as if he was two different people. And what I was wondering was, does he know something? Is it just that he knows something? Or did he do something? And I think that is really, really fundamental here. When you watch him and you watch that porch interview and you watch the interview in front of the double garage and you're thinking, did he know something? Or was he covering up that he did something? And for me, I think he just acts like he knows something, but he can't say or won't say what it is, as opposed to he did something. And I think for Lauren to use those words and to talk about it that way is, quite telling. And she constantly reaffirms, I don't think he should have done an interview. Well, why? Why do you think he shouldn't have done an interview? It ended up in your favor. You're on the victim's side, if there's, such a thing as sides. And, you're on Shanann's side. That helped catch him, according to everyone. That helped alert everybody. So why would you say, I don't think he should have done an interview? You didn't say, I didn't think he should have at the time. You said, I don't think he should have done an interview, which to me is you're still of that opinion. So, she constantly, and you'll hear her again in a moment, doing it again, reaffirming that even though she's being told, and maybe instinctually, but as well, I'm sure she has Sandra Rusick in her ear and Frankie or whatever, and NA, who at this point was screaming from the rooftops that he was having an affair and he'd definitely done something, because that's in the discovery notes. So if you've got these people in your ear, but you've still got this gut feeling that, he might not have done anything, something's weird. You're getting the feeling something's weird. Right? We all can't deny that. The porch interview was a car crash. But at the same time, he's not screaming, right, this person could have freaked out and killed everyone, because everything in your bones about this man does not say that. So, for somebody who, this is the 6th of September, guys, her friend's been dead 3 weeks. It's not like it's been 3 years. She's still raw. Okay, and these two little children that she used to play with are gone, and this is 3 weeks down the road, and she's still saying she can't believe that this guy did this. Like, she's still speaking about how she felt like the interview, maybe he did just know something rather than did something. And I just think that was quite a apt way that somebody on Shanann's side put it. Because you hear it also of, oh, I knew, I watched that interview and I knew, I don't know. I didn't. I thought something was off, but he wasn't screaming serial killer to me. There wasn't killer vibes off him. I'm not going to sit here and say that I watched it and was like, oh my God, he's so guilty. He looked suspicious, but he just, to me, if anything, if I had to use one word, he looked confused. He looked genuinely confused, like he didn't know what was happening. So yeah, we'll go back to Lauren, but I just thought that was really interesting the way she phrased that and said he shouldn't have done an interview. I don't think he should have done one. And, does he know something, or, is it a case of he did something? So I thought that was quite interesting. So did you hear her saying on Tuesday she spent all day avoiding reporters? So that's what we were talking about earlier for anybody that was joining in the last wee while. So we spoke earlier about how NA was the one who contacted the reporters on Tuesday, or sorry, Monday she contacted them. They came out on Tuesday at 11 a.m. And rightly so, she contacted them. I would be doing the same if I was her. But then all these people like NA and Lauren went to ground and just completely blanked the reporters, were actively trying to avoid them from Tuesday afternoon onwards. So we were asking the question earlier, what did the reporters and the media find out and start asking questions about that made Lauren NA and everybody else suddenly want to avoid them like the plague? What did they start asking and fishing around in that made everybody on the victim's side run away and not want anything to do with it? So on we go with Lauren.
And that's what, we were kind of trying to work through Tuesday and Wednesday. Because it's still one of those, you don't want to believe that he actually had anything to do with it. So we didn't know anything. But from what we did know, everything kind of points to, it seems like he had something to do with it.
Are you talking to your fiance about this?
Yeah.
What's he saying?
He was pretty surprised at the whole situation. He had met Chris a few times and they got along really well. Because I think the three of them were like the only Steelers fans in Colorado. So they got along really well. He kept asking me, he's like, do you think he did it? Do you think something happened? What do you think? I'm like, I don't know. There's nothing telling, there's no evidence saying yes, but my gut feeling is different.
So let's go to Wednesday. What do you do Wednesday? Anything that you can think of that's related to this?
Yeah, what did you do on Wednesday, Lauren?
Yeah, it's mainly deflecting reporters and talking guns, kind of, it's been a couple days now. Like, what do we do next? How long is this going to last? It was either Tuesday night or Wednesday. I set up a fundraiser to, help, because I know her parents wanted to come out here because I would want to be out there. So I was trying to help raise money to get them out here so they could help with the search or, anything like that. So I was.
Okay, guys. So we talked about this earlier. I made my feelings perfectly clear that if this was me and was my family member, this would have been a planes, trains, and automobiles situation here. I would have been hitchhiking on the side of the road. Okay, if I was coming from out of state, if I was coming from the other side of the world, I would have been at the side of the road. And this was now Wednesday. And these people are telling you that they knew in their bones that this man did something. This woman's child is missing along with her granddaughters now for 2 days. And they are setting up fundraising accounts to make money to bring the family to that state. And if you caught what she said, she wanted them to be there to help with the search. Like, Lauren, what search? You guys weren't searching. And you also just said you were actively avoiding the media. Why are you not using them? Why are you guys not in front of the cameras saying, if you have my friend, let her go. Shanann, if you're seeing this, please get in contact with us. There was nothing from the family, nothing from friends apart from that one Tuesday morning interview with NA. And then all of them start avoiding the press. What's going on? Any other missing person case I've ever seen in the UK or the US or Canada or anywhere I've ever seen one, any coverage I've ever seen or delved into a case, the family has utilized the media from the start. And this is just bizarre. They're actively avoiding the media. What? What are you doing? It just makes no sense. And now she's saying that they're spending their time talking Sandy Rusek through bank accounts to do with a fundraising page. Your daughter's missing. Are you really trying to tell me out of everybody, everyone in your life, even the church, nobody could put their hand in their pocket and buy you an airfare Or, as we said earlier, the three of them to jump in a car and share the drive, they would be there in a day from North Carolina with $100 to $150 in gas money. So if you want to get there, you get there. I'm sorry, if that sounds horrible. If anyone's listening and thinking, God, that girl's, being horrible about that. No, I'm not. If you want to think that, that's okay. I'm not saying this to be mean. I'm just speaking honestly that when I see something strange, I'm going to say it. And if that was me and my mum lived out of state, I'm sorry, I would be gutted if she didn't absolutely go out of her way to get to me. And I'm not making a comparison here, and it's just coming into my mind at the same time, but you've got Ronnie Watts, who's in the same state as them, and the minute his son lifts the phone, he's there. He's on a plane. And they weren't rich people. They weren't well off. Both families were pretty equal that way. And I just find it so bizarre that his son lifted the phone and he's there. He just went. And then you've got Sandy, who doesn't ever travel to her daughter's home, which I understand could be too upsetting for her, which is fair enough. But they didn't even head there until the Friday. The Friday. You just heard, if you were here earlier, Frankie saying to the news 5 hours after they've told him that his sister is dead, he's on Facebook asking for donations. You saw it with your own eyes. We didn't post that. That was whether it was CBS or Denver that ran that. That they picked those Facebook quotes of Frankie's and put them up on screen, but only highlighted the bit where he said he was upset and didn't highlight the bit where he was asking for money. So what are these people doing? Lauren's saying I want to raise money to bring them there so they can help with the search, but you guys are in Colorado and you're not searching. What are you talking about? So this is her coming to an end, but listen just to the last bits about what she says about talking to Amanda and stuff here. She's going to talk to Amanda, and listen to the shade again that she throws on theirs, which is there's just no need for. But listen, you can tell me in the comments if you think I'm just thinking wrongly that she's throwing shade, but I think there's sass. I think she's being sassy.
Getting the fundraiser stuff set up, trying to talk her mom through bank accounts and stuff like that.
That's the GoFundMe.
It was the Facebook fundraiser.
Oh, Facebook fundraiser.
Yeah.
So let me back up just a smidge. So prior to Wednesday, what do you hear as far as progress of the investigation? Anybody telling you anything? You're anything with the police?
Yes and no. I talked to Amanda Thayer. I don't remember when the docs came out. That had to have been Tuesday. I was on the phone with her because she was still with Chris at the house. And she said that the docs had just left. And I was like, well, what happened? And she said they didn't find anything. And I said, well, how do you know? And she was like, because they didn't say anything. And I was like, well, they're not going to tell you if they found something. And she was like, well, Chris isn't a suspect, so they would tell him. I was like, clearly you don't know how these things work, but okay. I was like, so you're sure they didn't find anything? And she was like, no, they didn't find anything. And I was like, okay, so what else? She was like, they searched the house, they did a thorough search of everything. She was like, they didn't find anything, so we're going to take Chris to our house. I was like, okay. And that I kind of, knowing the little things that I know about law enforcement and stuff, I feel like when they don't tell you anything, then that's when there is evidence. So in my mind, them saying nothing to him said more. So I kind of started to like internally freak out because I feel like there was more going on than what they were letting out. I know there was something about the bed sheets not being on the bed. And that was a huge red flag to me.
Ridgeback. That's too funny.
Who told you about the bed sheets?
Nicole.
Did she tell you how she knew that?
She was inside the house.
Did she comment about that being unusual?
Only after I said something.
What did you say to her?
I said, that's not right. And she was like, I know. Just because of how Shanann is, she wouldn't, like, her bed is never like stripped of sorts. So like if she's remaking her bed to wash her sheets, she makes her bed again. Like she would have just left it all unmade like that.
So her bed's always made?
Yes.
What about the kids?
Always made. Sometimes like it's either right after they get up or as soon as she gets home from taking them to school. But I mean, she does all of her cleaning and stuff in the morning, so her house is always really clean. I don't know how she does it.
That's why I was talking about the dishes in the sink, guys. Just wouldn't have happened.
All right, so Wednesday, more of the same, reporters, talking to friends.
Yeah, I had the Facebook page set up. Excuse me. So I had like the fundraiser, the Facebook page. I don't know. Wednesday's kind of a blur. It was just my phone was just going off like crazy. Just constant people and questions and
That's kind of why I wanted you to come down here in person to see that we weren't trying to jack with you.
yeah, no, I understand. I have to be careful who I talk to.
I understand that.
What does she mean by that? I have to be careful who I talk to. What is she talking about? She's on the victim's side. I could understand someone like Jeremy Lindstrom or Mark or one of Chris Watts' friends saying I have to be careful who I speak to or what I say because you're on the side of the perpetrator. But why would the friend of the victim have to be being careful about what they say? It just makes no sense to me. What are you talking about? What do you mean you were avoiding phone calls? Are you still talking about the media? And if so, why are you avoiding them? What are they asking that's so awful about your friend who's the victim? Like, why? I just don't get it. It's so bizarre. Now, this is the last bit now, and she's just about to talk about the reason why we actually decided, Tanya and I, that Lauren was an interesting subject to do a deep dive into because of what she says next regarding Chris's confession and how she came to find out about it and the ensuing conversation between her and Sandra Rusek. So we're going to play that and then that's us done.
So, let's see. Anything else about Wednesday that stands out in your mind? Okay. So I assume at some point on Wednesday you hear about Chris being arrested.
Yes, her mom called me.
Her mom called you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what's your initial reaction to that?
I think I had a panic attack.
So
not like a severe one, but yeah, because up at that point I'd been like, you don't know what's going on. Like they're just missing at this point. But then once he gets arrested, kind of makes everything a little bit more real to the worst case scenario. So I talked to her mom, and then maybe 10 minutes later, it was like all over the news that he was arrested and had confessed. And then
What does her mom say to you?
she tells me that they had taken Chris into custody, and I said, for what? And she said, on suspicion of, I think she said on suspicion of murder. She said, he just said that he knew where they were. She said, but the news is going to report something different. So I knew what I was going to see before I saw it. Because everybody, the news and everybody was saying that he had confessed to murdering all three of them. My understanding was he had only confessed to knowing where they were. So they were still not alive, but he wasn't saying, yes, I did it. So even then, it still could have been like anything at that point. I don't know, it was pretty shocking. Even though I think I had known and I had tried to prepare myself for him to be arrested in connection with all of this, it was just still kind of like, it's Chris. It just didn't really make any sense. It still doesn't really make any sense, but
Sure.
So guys, I'm just going to stop it there. And, that was for me, the real bomb drop in this entire interview with Lauren. So Lauren's saying, to be clear, that Sandra Rusek tipped her off when they spoke on the phone that she was going to be seeing on the news in 10 minutes time that Chris had confessed to killing all three, but that wasn't actually true. And that up to that point, he had only actually said he knew where they were. Now, we know from surveillance footage, from interview footage, from everything that's out there now, that that's not true, and that he confessed to killing Shanann, but then said that Shanann killed the babies and that he killed her in this passionate rage. It's just very, very, very interesting that Sandra Rusek, allegedly, from the words of Lauren Arnold, knew about that the media was going to run the false narrative and was going to run that over the entire weekend to come. So the only way anybody could have known that is if law enforcement tipped Sandra Rusek off that they were going to run this story. And we know from our investigation that there's more than one leak in the law enforcement in Frederick and in Colorado that was leaking information to the media. Now, the media, once Chris Watts' attorneys started filing these motions, okay, they started filing motions from Thursday morning. Okay, so the first morning, 8:50 something in the morning, they start banging motions in to the judge saying, limit the press, limit press coverage, protect his rights, which is his right to do so. And he should absolutely, it's his constitutional right. So straight away they realise, because they've probably watched the news all night cycle, that he's just confessed to killing all three. And put yourself for 1 second in Ronnie Watts' shoes, sitting in that hotel room in Colorado by yourself. You've just left your son in the police department, and the last thing you know, he just said that he killed his wife, but because she killed your grandbabies. And now you're seeing it on the news that they're saying he killed everyone, and you can't get in contact with him, and no one's talking to you. Like, just for 1 second, guys, whether you like them, you dislike them, you're, in the middle of the road, that's got to have been the most horrendous feeling in the world, to be so helpless as a dad. You've got Shanann's dad helpless of what happened to her, and you've got Ronnie helpless about what's happening to his son. It's just an all-around crap situation. And that one has been manufactured by the police. That didn't need to go out to the press. But Sandra Rusek and Lauren Arnold have just confirmed to you that every motion D29, motion D30, motion D31, every motion that the defence put in to the judge to say, look, we know there's leaks. We know there are law enforcement leaks. They were right. They were absolutely right. His defence team were on the money. And I'm telling you now, the media doubled down. They went to the lead reporter at Denver 7 and said, look, where did you get this from? His defence team approached him and said, and he said, look, I'm not doxing my source, but I'm going to tell you it's law enforcement. I'm not changing my mind on that. I have not one but two sources in law enforcement in the area that are telling me right away what's happening. Do you notice the time that we showed you on the news back at the start of this? 10 o'clock news, Colorado ran the story, breaking news from the Watts case. He's confessed. 10 p.m, he was only being processed into the county jail at that time. Only being processed. And they are breaking that news, and false news at that. So put yourself, just for 1 second, in the shoes of somebody that's just left his son and a mother at the end of the phone away in North Colorado. You've got two mothers in North Carolina, and one of them has just found out, allegedly, that her daughter's dead and that her grandbabies are presumed dead also, and that her son-in-law has done it. But she's making phone calls to people saying, look, it's going to be in the news that he did it, but we don't know that. We just know he knows where they are. I don't know about you, but I would be on a pile in the floor. I wouldn't be able to speak if I thought my daughter was dead. And I don't have grandbabies yet, but when I do, if I do, I just can't imagine that I'd be able to function, let alone be making phone calls to people saying, look, you're going to see stuff on the news. It's not real. And you've got this other mum in North Carolina that's hearing from her husband that your son has just lost the plot and killed his wife because she was killing your grandbabies. Like, just for a second, just put yourself in these people's shoes. It must have been just the most horrific news to turn on the TV and see them running this. And that's law enforcement in Frederick for you. They didn't care. They didn't care. They just ran it anyway. They didn't care because they by running that cycled 5 days worth of news. 5 days worth of international news that this man confessed to killing all three. And it wasn't the case. And I can tell you now, none of the stations ran a retraction. None of them ran a correction. In fact, as we showed you earlier, they ran it with an incredible twist, is what they called it, when the actual truth came out on Monday and the affidavit was unsealed. So guys, we're going to leave Lauren there. She's about another 6 minutes to go if anybody wants to pick it up. It's on, what channel did we say it was on, Tanya? I forget the name of it. I'm terrible with names of these things, but it was on the other channel. It'll be linked. The link will be in the description. And yeah, we were just blown away when we listened to what Lauren had to say. If anyone wants to kind of quick run over the last 6 minutes, she basically says that she had no idea there was an affair going on. Shanann didn't have any idea there was an affair going on. He had never been abusive. That was it. Basically, she still can't believe that Chris has done this, and he seemed to be the sort of father that would lay down his life. In fact, I think she said he worshipped the ground all three of them walked on when she's describing him to Zentner and how she can't get her head around it. And yeah, she's basically saying that she's just mind blown by the whole thing. And then she finishes by saying he asks her to look up and find those text messages that she allegedly sent Shanann on the Monday. And she said, yeah, okay, I will. And I can tell you they're not in Discovery. So if she did send something, they've left it out. But what I will also tell you is that it is alleged that the CBI took Lauren's phone and did a Celebrate dump on it. I don't know if that is true. I don't know if it was done because she couldn't provide information. But just to again remind you, everyone else who was in that house and spoke with him on the Monday, so the key day, the only day where he was on his own in the house and able to be hiding things, doing things, changing things around in the home, everyone who was there, so the Lindstroms, Colon and the Thayers, everyone who saw him on Monday, including Nicole Atkinson, were all interviewed right away because police, rightly so, wanted to know what this guy had to say. But nobody spoke to Lauren. And in fact, the Thayers saw Lauren, well, according to Lauren, but they never mentioned in either of their independent interviews that they even saw her. Never mind what conversation they had with her, but they never mentioned laying eyes on her. And then throw into that mix, you've got, everyone being interviewed on the 14th, the 15th. I think the very latest one was the 15th, maybe the 16th. No one comes to even ask Lauren anything about it until the 6th of September. I firmly believe Lauren is only being interviewed because someone has mentioned along the lines that Lauren said that Sandy knew before the news went out what was going to be said. I reckon someone who's been interviewed along the lines, one of the friends has passed remark about it, because the emotions that were going on in the court at this time were all trying to figure out, is there witnesses to these leaks? Does anyone know about them? What's happening with them? And it was a big deal. It was a big deal in the case. Who's leaking all this information? And then you've got this person in her, recorded interview saying, oh yes, Andrew Rusek told me that was going to happen before it happened. And I'm pretty sure she doesn't have a crystal ball. So someone told her. So to sum everything up, Lauren's hour and 45-minute interview was 2.5 pages in the Discovery. 2.5 pages from an hour and 45-minute interview. And just in case any of you hadn't already figured this out, guess what was missing? The entire bit about Sandy telling her that the news was going to run a different story than what Watts had confessed to. What is it we say? Things that make you go, So, interesting that was left out. Agent Zentner completely leaves everything to do with that entire conversation out of his notes. So if we hadn't listened to the audio, we would never have known. So there's quite a lot of things that just seem to be troubling about what Lauren said, but I do genuinely, Lauren, if you're listening to this, I do think that you were just a victim of a situation where you thought you knew somebody better than you did. I don't think you sought out to mislead anybody. I genuinely don't think that about you. And I don't do this to be mean. I just want to show the inconsistencies in people's statements. And I do think that you give the Thayers a hard time and Chris a hard time for not being searching, and then you didn't really do anything yourself. And I just think that was wrong. So do disagree with you on that. But other than that, I don't think you really realised that you were saying things that might possibly get Shanann not in trouble, but cast out over what, you know, Shanann's maybe telling you about things, because it just doesn't add up. If you are her bestie, there's things that you should have known. Just like there's things that NA should have known, in my opinion, if she was really a bestie, and she didn't. So that's really it, folks. We wanted to just bring you a bit of a demonstration of how the media has manipulated everybody, and how, you know, the defense team tried to protect their client, who, no matter what you think of him, you know, whether you think he's guilty, half guilty, partially guilty, fully guilty, I don't think anyone thinks he's innocent, so I'm not going to say that. But, you know, what level of guilt you attribute to Mr. Watts, I really think you would be lying if you didn't say the media shafted him. They gave him a hard time, and it wasn't fair. And put yourself for 1 second in his shoes. If, and it's a big if, that guy did have an accomplice or didn't do this all by himself, which I think a lot of us are on that path now because of the evidence and the forensics and the stories not matching up. And, you know, I like to think guessing is confessing, kind of is my thing I say about Watts. He wasn't confessing, he was guessing. Got so much of it wrong. Basic information, basic facts that he should have got right if he was the perpetrator and the sole perpetrator. So in my mind, this is further evidence that if this was such a slam dunk, no sweat, black as white, you know, easy peasy breeze of a case to prove against this guy, then why was there so much shady stuff going on? Why did they have to feed a false narrative to the press? If it was so cut and dry, it just doesn't make any sense to me. If it was so easy and they had such a slam dunk, why did they have to go and do all these dodgy things? Why did they not follow up with NK? And why did they not ask questions that they wanted to ask? So I just find it really bizarre. And if one person tries to tell me it's because funding stopped, you need to leave this channel immediately. Someone tried to tell me during the week that the test results weren't back because funding stopped. Guys, the print results were back. They didn't match him on the bags, okay? There was no prints on the roller bags. The ones that were in the other bag didn't match him. And the other stuff couldn't be tested. The rake handle and the rake head, for whatever reason, it couldn't be printed, but the results were back. There's none of this, it stopped being tested because they ran out of time or money or anything else, okay? And the sheet came into the lab the same day. It's just not mentioned. And it's not mentioned for a reason. And this is what his defense team were trying to get at. You know, what's going on? What's going on with the testing? You're not letting us be there for the testing. There was an awful lot of nonsense going on in front of the judge where they were really hitting back with motions that should have went his way in regards to, if you know that this guy, this person is your guy, let him do all the bloody testing he wants. Let him test from now to next year. He's never going to find anything or get away with anything. So rock on, knock yourself out. Go ahead, test everything to your little heart's content and have people there with you when you're doing it. But instead, they dug their heels in and they just hammered him at every point. And I do have to say, no matter what side of the fence you're on, there is no disputing. He did not and would not have had a shot in the dark at getting a fair trial in Colorado. Not with the press the way they were. 5 days of a news cycle of running that fake news. You can't unring that bell, guys. You can't take that back. You can't walk that back. So whether or not you're on the Chris Watts boss, he did everything, or you're on the, I don't know what he did. Wherever you are, you've got to first genuinely put your hand on your heart and tell me that you don't think what they did to him in regards to running that fake story was fair. I wouldn't want that to happen to me if I was in his shoes, guilty or innocent. I mean, everybody has the right to a fair trial. Everyone. That's the country you live in. So when we start messing with that, we go down a slippery slope. When we start messing with human rights and the rights to fair trial and the rights to fair justice, we go down a slippery slope. So it's like Facebook censorship and all that kind of thing. We're on a slippery slope, guys. When you allow it to be applied to one case, you're opening the floodgates for it to be turned a blind eye when they do it on another case, and that time it might not be one that you like. So seeing people in chat there just saying on the screen, yeah, it's the funding thing just got me, guys. It just got me. Yeah, they ran out of money, so they stopped the testing. Stop it. Stop it. Okay? That's nonsense. It's nonsense. It's one of the biggest cases of their careers, okay? And you're telling me that they put the stuff in to be tested, basic fingerprint testing and DNA testing, and it was with them for 10 weeks and it didn't come back. Stop. Okay, have some bit of common sense. Of course it was back. It was just that it was either going to be exculpatory for him, so they held on to it. It wasn't going to be beneficial for their case to put it into the discovery. Okay? It's just ridiculous saying they ran out of funds. Okay? So ridiculous. But yeah, I saw people in chat saying, you know, there was a lot of shadiness going on. Basically, yeah, listening to Lauren, there was a lot of stuff that didn't make sense. But I do think this is a case of Lauren just didn't realize a lot of the stuff she was being fed was not the same as what other people were being fed. See, Truth and Transparency was in chat when I was going through Lauren's stuff, and actually must draw attention to one of their posts. It says, NA, who's Nicole Atkinson, told Lauren that afternoon, which was the Tuesday, and that's the first time NA has ever talked to Lauren in her life, and Lauren confirmed that too. NA told Lauren that her, Cassie, and Sandy Rusek had a three-way phone call all morning, all morning, and that Chris was on some of them. Now, I've heard Truth and Transparency talking about this before, that Chris didn't realize he was on three-way phone calls, and he was. And it makes a lot of sense to me how they knew certain things and how Chris wasn't being phoned by other individuals, but it would make sense if they were on a three-way call. So if Lauren has divulged that information, that's quite interesting. Quite interesting indeed. And why would she lie? Let's put it that way. I don't think Lauren sought out to be telling any lies. I think it just was a case that she was telling her truth, which just didn't happen to be other people's truths and Sinead Watts' truth. For whatever reason, I don't think there was anything sinister in it. So let's be clear about that. I don't want this to be another situation where people are very upset because we're questioning someone on the victim's side. We're just saying, like, stuff doesn't sit right here. And the main gist of what we're getting at, ooh, Canadian Mama, we've got gist come in to the conversation. The main gist of what Lauren was saying that we were really interested in was this narrative that the media and running with the fake story was known by the family. So that didn't sit well with me. I don't like media manipulation as it is in anything, but I think in things like this, it's pretty disgusting. And I don't think we, the public, should be subjected to it. I think we're smart enough and grown up enough to be able to swallow the truth, and I think it's just insulting to our intelligence that we wouldn't cop onto this. So yeah, guys, thanks for joining us. We've been here a lot longer than we thought we would be. We went over all the stuff from the polygraph, which is just crazy, and then the media coverage, and Sergeant Albert and his little performance, and go back and watch that and just watch him swaying back and forwards. He just looks like he's going to vomit at any moment. When the press are asking him questions, he's like, please, someone give me a desk that I can crawl under and hide. So yeah, Canadian The Gist, reminding you of the blind person email. Stay for Love 21. There was a psychic. If you saw our first video, I would absolutely just love her to reach out and really tell us about her feeling and how she got that feeling and everything that she put in her statement that was given on her behalf by Addie to the Weld County Police, Frederick Police in Weld County. I would love to hear more from her. We have actually reached out to her, but to date we haven't heard anything back. And I'm not going to hassle anybody. So if she wants to get in touch, she knows how. So just be interested to know what she was thinking about. There was another psychic in the Discovery, but her report was a little random and wasn't quite so on the money. So yeah, it was a little bit strange. The one that we covered was a lot more in depth. So I'd just love to talk to her. So guys, if anybody has any other questions that we haven't got to, pop them in the comments, and I'm sure Tanya will get back to you, or I'll pick them up at some point during the week. And yeah, please don't talk to me about funding in the comments. You're triggering me with the funding stuff. Yeah, it's just crazy. And if anybody would like to send us a wee message and let us know if there's anything else in particular they want covered, we have a lot of lives in the plans, but if there's always something that you guys want covered, we're all up for it. So I think we're going to leave it at that. And that will be us for tonight. We've been on and taken up enough of your time. So everybody have a really nice weekend, whatever's left of it. And we will catch you on the other side. Have a good one.